Are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
All right, good morning.
Jim.
Join us live now, tweeting it out. We have 13 live viewers, guys. Let's get the numbers up. Like, retweet, blast it out there to the X-verse. I'm still so accustomed to calling it Twitter and tweeting. What is the replacement for tweeting? What is the... I've never figured that out.
Xing.
But no,
I think it's just posting. I think it's technically just posting.
Just posting.
God
damn, Elon, you ruined it. You ruined a good thing.
I know, right?
Just so he could build his super surveillance app. Come on, man. Psy-upping us into your surveillance system, acting all Liberty-esque. I don't know, man. What do you think? What's your feels on? What's your feels on Elon? Is he a technocrat that's trying to scoop up all our data and surveil us, or is he a Mr. Libertarian?
I don't know if he's so Mr. Libertarian, but even if he is, he's still like creating these things that that have the potential to cause great harm. Like like he wants to turn X into this all-in-one sort of thing, right? That's got banking, it's got social media, but it's like, dude can't even keep a consistent like TOS, and just like he bans people that offend him personally. It's like, bro, really? It's like, you send money to someone that Elon doesn't like, you're banned. You lose all your banking and whatever. And then of course the brain link or brain chip stuff.
Yeah. I heard a good theory in the spaces this morning. Basically, right, that he's providing ultimate freedom of speech, but he's limiting freedom of reach, right? And so effectively he's letting everybody do what they want to do, act as they want to act, sucking up all their data as they do it, giving them the feels like they're, it's ultimate liberty and free speech. But they'll be able to play with the reach aspect of it, and end of the day, they now have this everything app. They know what everybody's posting about, who they're talking to, their interactions, all their expenses, because then people start buying things through X, right? Like you're saying.
Yep, and it's not even real freedom of speech, because I think preventing people's reach, like,
right,
purposefully is also and then on top of that, he's managed to very easily sort of convince people to like verify themselves. I'm not just talking about just getting a check mark, but also like connecting their bank account, right? It's like, if you get to a certain level, you connect your bank account, then you can get some money for posting, which your bank is, that's pretty. That can be linked to in a lot of ways. And then, like, of course, in some scenarios, you have to do ID verification, which is using this one company at one point. I think they switched because people got mad about it. It was an Israeli identity verification company called Autix. All these things. And it's like, it's like this massive... I think it's going to be, like you say, it's this massive data. I mean, it already is. It's a massive data collection scheme. And if they can then link personal identities to all these individuals who appear anon, then that's like a win for them. And that's like that data is so valuable. That data it's worth a lot.
Yeah, and then you have the Doge aspect to it, right? Like, all right, so NPR obviously they're extremely left leaning, but I'm sure we've been hearing all these theories, right? That Doge is it's basically the theory is that Elon is using Doge to acquire more data about us, right? I mean, we know where this is all heading. AI exists; it's improving by the day. Whoever or whatever country controls the strongest AI and has the most access to data to improve that AI wins, right? So it's not just an AI game in terms of how well your AI works, but the other side of it to win that battle is you need more data than the other guy. And we have Elon who has access to data about US citizens in a way that nobody else has access to it. And if he's pulling that data off and dumping it into his AI, or eventually doing so, that's a pretty crazy. That's a pretty crazy thought. And we have him sitting there. We have him sitting there in the office that he needs to be in to do it. That was created for him, right? Like, it's pretty wild when you think about it. The outcome that now we have Palantir sitting in the White House, and the government, and going through all our files and all our information,
and all this precious X data,
and all the Republicans cheering it on, all the Liberty people cheering it on, like, yeah, man. And the efficiency part of it is very attractive. It's a very good sell because there is a ton of truth to that. That should be that's definitely an ideal we want to try to achieve. Obviously, we want to kind of eliminate government to the greatest degree we can, but in our path towards doing that, one of the things we're going to be doing is just making government more and more transparent. And it becomes more transparent, corruption will inevitably be reduced. It will become less corrupt. And at the end of the day, that's really all we could hope to achieve. So obviously, our argument, the concept of what they're trying to do is correct in my opinion. But having Elon be the one that does it at a time when there's this AI race and he seems to be, potentially pulling this data out for himself, I think that's very troubling. I don't know how what would the other solution be? I mean, they need to be making like everything as like open source and transparent on their end as possible. Like it should be that everybody gets free access to this data, right? Would perhaps be a good approach.
Yeah, potentially, but that definitely won't happen. That data is worth a lot of money. And then, of course, at one point, I think they still have it. X actually rolled out end-to-end encrypted messaging using the Signal protocol, and it was never made the default option. And I think it was probably ruled out as like, oh, the data is just too valuable. We can't really do that. So
at some point, AI will no longer need data from people. It will prove on itself. Yeah, exactly. Obviously, but
in a lot of ways, it already does.
Having our data is going to give it if its goal is to control us, it's going to want all our data. Musk says where part of here, I think they were saying what kind of data he was taking here. I mean, obviously the other, the real solution, right? So we need to make things more transparent. The ideal is essentially the government is running on Bitcoin and some other blockchain that it needs to do like perfectly transparent smart contracts, and we can literally just see how the government's running, and it's all completely transparent, right? All the money that's being passed around within the government, all the decisions that are being made, the payments that are being made are all completely transparent for everybody to see. And then the solution in terms of our side is obviously Monero for the people, but also just encryption for the people, right? Like this data ideally shouldn't be accessible. It should all be like encrypted, zero knowledge, right? That's the real ideal. It's like the medical system needs to implement like encryption, zero knowledge. I guess, ideally it would all be done, on blockchain as well, right? Not controlled by any central authority. but a way for us to participate in society in an encrypted fashion beyond just how we use our money, but all our data, right? But in a way where data could still be collected for purposes of science and improving things, but we as individuals are never associated with that data directly.
Yeah. And I mean, honestly, that's kind of like Apple's kind of the model for that, because like, whatever you feel about Apple, you know, some things aren't as private as they claim, but Apple does do I think they do homomorphic encryption with certain user data. So like with the AI stuff, right? A lot of the new Apple Intelligence stuff, they have it set up in a way to where Apple can like process things on their end if they have to, without actually knowing the details of the data. And then on the other side, they also do. Apple has a decent amount of analytics, not nearly as much as Google or Microsoft, but they do have a lot of analytics, and most of it's like not tied. Like it's kind of removed the identity from you, and it's somewhat anonymous. I'm sure that's it's probably an overstatement on Apple's part, but Apple definitely is the closest to doing something like that already, I would say.
Yeah. I'm just looking at this. I mean, so they either have all the IRS data, Social Security data. This is a concerning one. Center for Medicare and basic personal information as well as health information for everyone with Medicare. I mean, having access to everybody's medical data, I don't know how well, I imagine a lot of this data is already out there anyway, right? But
very possibly.
I don't know how well our medical data is actually kept.
I mean, like there are somewhat more recent rules about it with the HIPAA requirements. So it's definitely better than other areas, other industries. But once again, it's like, it's not like this stuff is being stored in a way that's probably the most secure.
Yeah, it's saying, so the Center of Medicare and Medical Services, they have the largest amount of data in one single place about the largest group of users of healthcare. So
which is for anyone that's a part of Medicaid and Medicare.
No, but just in general, there's no database larger than that in terms of about health of its users and the largest data set of users. So, like, if you wanted to start grabbing health data on people, like, you're going to want to, that would be your first target, is getting that.
So is the concern here just that Doge is having access to this data? And
yeah, that's the concern, is that Elon is getting access to this data via Doge, right? Because then I guess the question is, what is he doing with that data? I mean, are there protections in place where I think it's already known that he's running it through AI, right? I guess the idea is it's supposed to be, that he's then not using that data for his own AI, right?
Will I be able to pull up my medical records on Grok?
Probably, man. And with it will become amazing improvements, right? Like, there's going to be positive developments in terms of our health. But obviously, we all know the dystopian version of what.
Well, like all this stuff I feel like Doge is doing is kind of just like, it's kind of a cover for the fact that the main things that were promised were never going to happen. So like deportations, for instance, if they actually wanted to save a lot of money, like all the stuff that Doge is doing is going to ultimately, it's going to do almost nothing. It's going to put a tiny dent into the amount that the government's actually wasting. If they wanted to actually save money, then they would deport like 10 million people, which the government's paying a huge amount on them just being here. But that's not going to happen. And in fact, ever since Trump got in office, that's only dwindled. It's only dwindled since then. And now on average, it's like 600 people a day, which is less than Obama during his second term, if I remember correctly. So, yeah. There's ways, if they wanted to save money, there's ways they could be doing it would supersede
Well,
everything
listen,
they've
I'm
already done.
not. I don't think that should be I mean, if I were king, I don't think priority. Obviously, we want to close the borders, create a fair system. Go back to traditions in those terms. But for people that are here, got to get rid of the criminals that are illegal. But I don't think priority should be getting rid of other people that made it over here. Only because we shouldn't be thinking in terms of austerity and trying to win that way. We should win by just making this ultimate liberty land. And it doesn't matter how many people we have here, we'll freaking flourish. That's what needs to be done. Eliminate the IRS. Get rid of the IRS overnight, right? I mean, people would be in the streets celebrating. Make it so much easier just for people to do business and start businesses. The hardest thing with the things I do with Monero Talk and the conference is dealing with the taxes and integrating with the current system. It just slows us down. The amount of energy we have to focus on that. It's complete bullshit, complete waste of time. Get rid of all these regulations and, that's where things will skyrocket. And so Trump's doing part of the, equation with these tariffs, but it doesn't, in my mind, it's going to be an utter failure unless he does extreme things on the other end in terms of restricting the amount of revenue that's extracted from U.S. citizens.
I mean, realistically, though, if we just there has to be a control of people, because if we let whoever come here, then it's we're gonna have these kinds of problems that on the infrastructure that takes a long time to catch up to. And I mean, the biggest thing really, Bawdy's had a comment about it. The biggest thing really is that not only do people come here, they also come here and get
that's the
government
problem.
gives them tons of stuff that
I saw it with my own eyes here in New York where I live. I saw new groups of people show up. They were living at the local motels. They all had their scooters parked out front. It was they came here with nothing and were given free room and board. That's crazy. That's crazy. When you have people living around here and in the area, young people that have don't own a home, don't own an apartment, and have no prospect of ever owning one because just the way things are around here. I mean,
you're better off being
in
illegal.
And so you have exactly. It's well, I guess I should just move to Mexico, renounce my citizenship, and then sneak back in, right? And I'll be at least starting. I'll be able to compete. That's the real problem, right? Is they have an unfair advantage to people that are born here. That's basically what it boils down to. So that needs to be fixed. And that's what I say when I say get rid of the regulations. Obviously get rid of all the government handouts, and get rid of all the taxes on the people that are working in the economy. Obviously, that's the ideal. I mean, we'll see. I don't know. Maybe Trump will surprise us in that realm. I don't know. Or we'll just get more surveillance and.
No, we're just gonna get. This is what's going to happen. Is the reason why there hasn't been a huge change with immigration is because the tech bros, right, who basically won this election for Trump, they have a vested interest with hundreds of millions of dollars in making sure that they can continue getting cheap labor. Mm-hmm. So they're going to do everything they can to maybe stop some of the illegal immigration, but they're going to make legal immigration, or they're going to continue doing tons of H-1B immigration so they can get cheap overseas labor. Which you've already seen Elon talk about his interest in doing that. But regardless of what you think about that, Trump did run on mass deportations, right? He did kind of run on that. And that's what a lot of people voted for, and that's what people expected. And, well, unsurprisingly, it's not happening. So.
We shall see. It's definitely entertaining, though. And then, we are over here in Monero land, you know, nobody dares touch Monero land. I don't know. We'll see what happens with that once, I don't know, right? With regards to Trump and Monero, the U.S. and Monero, right now nobody's touching it. Everybody's ignoring it. Everybody's trying to pretend it's not there. But I don't know what's going to happen when that's like no longer possible. So we shall see. I see evidence for the fact that Monero will be embraced in the U.S. according to what Trump has said so far, what he said in his executive order. But I guess we won't really know until something happens, right? There's going to be some event. There's going to be some, like the hack that we saw of the pipeline, right? And now they're asking for a Monero ransom. There's going to be some event like that that's going to cause the administration to have to like make a decision on Monero and privacy crypto.
I mean, do we really think Monero's that big of a threat yet? I mean, it's definitely getting bigger. It's definitely getting more
well, there's going
attention.
There's going to be some new Digital Patriot Act at some point, right? Where they're going to want to try to like implement digital IDs. They're going to want to try to do things to prevent people from hiding their data. So I think wrapped in that would be some attack, maybe not direct on Monero, but that would effectively try to limit the use, make it more difficult for people to use privacy coins, and that's a potential. I hope that doesn't happen under Trump, but I don't know, man.
If it happened, it seemed like it would happen under Trump. But we'll see.
That's why I think we need to do things more politically right now. I keep banging on that drum, and I will try. I did say I'm going to work on it this year, and I will get that going. But that's part of the reason I want to get it out now. Why it's like, the conversation shouldn't be avoided now. We don't want to have the conversation when some incident happens, and then they're like, "Oh, we got to get rid of."
Yeah, I
Right?
agree with you. There needs to be like political power is very powerful, and I think even if you're trying to create things that opt out of the system, like having some people somewhere that have political power, I mean that's gonna help you out a lot. That's gonna help you a lot. So I'm not totally against like, oh, you should, you can't be in government at all. It's totally pointless. I don't think it's totally pointless now. Maybe it's beating
Tux,
on
you're
a
getting,
dead horse, but
you got lefty layman's coming at you for being a xenophobe. Well, I agree. I disagree with I disagree with Tux on that. On the, to the length that we have to. I think we just need to secure the borders, and then, like Bawdy's saying, just get rid of all unfair advantages that are given to those that are coming here. I think Tux agrees with all those things, but I don't know. Tux might go a step or two further in his policy thinking around this issue. But that's all right. This is what he thinks.
I mean, I just have an interest in protecting the country I grew up in, and I want to stay the same. That's what it boils down to ultimately.
It's a nationalistic argument, and really it's about like wanting to preserve, American culture. But I do think America's culture could be sustained with continued immigration from around the world. I mean, what's always given America its culture is the fact that it filtered out for people that would be participating in the American dream and they had this philosophical understanding of what that meant, right? And so it's like people joining Monero, right? They were joining it for the right reasons. So we got to get back to that, right? So whatever needs to be implemented, so the people that are showing up here are people that want to participate in a free and open marketplace and try to win, And I think that's possible. And I think that's what America's brand has always been. And there were times in history where we really kind of fulfilled that. And that was our universal culture. and that currently is not the case. But I don't think us completely cutting ourselves off from the rest of the world is the solution, but rather interfacing with the rest of the world in a way where the people that do immigrate here are the people that want to live the American dream. What do you think of that, Tux? Is that too pie in the sky? Not
I
possible.
mean, I think it's because the thing is that no matter how much we talk about like, there's going to be a lot of people that are just going to like the whole idea is that, oh, America's like this idea, and then people come here and they suddenly subscribe to this idea in the same way everyone else does, but inherently that's just impossible, and most of the time it just doesn't happen.
Well, it traditionally did happen a lot, man. I mean, I remember growing up, anybody here that was an immigrant is like everybody was here to work hard and like take a shot.
I think in the early days to an extent that was definitely true.
I think you see less of it now that with this last wave, and that's the real problem.
And I mean, also, I just kind of disagree that America's just an idea. Like, I mean, America's also a people, you know? It's not like I think it's wrong to boil it down into this weird abstract thing of like, oh, it's just an idea of values. Well, it's like if it is, it's like, why do people have to come here? Right?
What are you saying? Why do people? What you mean? Why don't they just right?
Because if America is
exercise
truly
those
just an
values?
idea, it could be done anywhere.
Well, because they're in a they're in a nation that doesn't share those values, and so it's like opting out, right? They're opting out, just like people that are moving into Monero, right? So like, it may be hard to practice those values if you're extreme example in North Korea, right? Obviously that we don't have that, but even, if you're in China, if you're I mean, India is, obviously it's a largest democracy in the world, but I don't know what the situation is like in terms of how free your living is there. But yeah, I mean, the idea being that you can't really exercise that elsewhere in the world. I don't know how true that is right now. I think maybe there's places where you could obtain more American-like ideals than in America itself. I don't know.
I mean, some countries that have little legal oversight, in some senses, you could argue you're more free than you are in the U.S., which is really funny.
Yeah, in those terms. I don't know what countries would even be at the top of the list for that, but
I think Bawdy might even talk about how Mexico might even be more free than the United States.
Yeah. I mean, even with just like doing the conference, right, and on the ground and the experiences with what it, there's less rules, less like instances of like, oh, we got to sign this, and there's this rule, and the local government has this ordinance. Like, we're not really running into that. They have like, there's obviously they have a lot of rules in Mexico, but they kind of let people just do things as long as they're not hurting anybody else, right? They kind of, it feels like they play by that rule, which is nice. All right, guys. Yes, send your Monero-based super chats to xmrchat.com/MoneroTalk. I see a lot of comments coming in, which is nice, but please consider sending it in the form of a Monero-based super chat. You don't have to send a lot. Send a little bit. Let's just get Monero going. How's the transaction count going in Monero? I haven't checked that in a while. I guess Bawdy will walk us through that.
Haven't either. I imagine it's probably around the same. Crypto is sort of in this weird, place right now. People, there's a lot of fear. But at the same time, it's holding up for now. Monero's holding up very well, I will say.
Monero's holding up very well. Same. Obviously, I'm not surprised there. I mean, Bitcoin is holding up very well. Honestly, I thought the floor would have fell through on that a little bit more. We'll hear from Bawdy. But yeah, I mean, I think Bitcoin is gonna have its takeoff moment, given that nations are now starting to stockpile it. So that's inevitable. And I think Monero is going to be along for the ride. So we're at 2,400 listings. That's nice to see. XMR Bazaar is chugging along. I'm seeing new posts every day on Twitter about it. All right, let's. Oh yeah, I guess I'll get the word out. Monerotopia Pork Fest. So that's in June. It's going on the same time as. Let me see if I can bring up Pork Fest. It's going to be happening the same time as MoneroCon. So in June, if you can't go to MoneroCon, what the fuck's going on here? If you can't come to MoneroCon, come to Pork Fest. It's gonna be a great time. We're getting the main tent over there. Why the fuck isn't this working? I don't know. Hold up, guys. Let me bring this up just so we can see it. Hold up. I don't know, Tux, if you can bring it up on your end. Let's see. Oh wait, here we go.
The Pork Fest. You got it.
Yeah, I got it. Bam. All right. Here we go. Okay, there we go. So yeah, Pork Fest. It's in New Hampshire at Rogers Campground. If you want to attend the event, Monerotopia Pork Fest, all you have to do is get a ticket to Pork Fest itself. There's no tickets for Monerotopia Pork Fest. We'll be in this big white tent over here. I mean, it won't be the exact same tent, but that's basically the idea. And yeah, we'll basically just have like a mini privacy tech conference going on at Pork Fest. So it's going to be super cool. Thousands of people attend Pork Fest. Most of them probably already know about Monero at this point, which is super cool. Those that don't are the type of people that would be completely open-minded to learning about it. So it's like more of, just like Monerotopia is really based on actually using it, Pork Fest is naturally all about that to an even higher degree, perhaps, right? People come there just for the purposes of like selling stuff. So super cool. The event is Pork Fest itself is going from June 16th through the 22nd, which is basically the whole week. But things won't really kick off in terms of Monerotopia Pork Fest until probably like that maybe Wednesday or Thursday, maybe Wednesday. We'll start. And then it'll be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Sunday, obviously, everybody's just kind of packing up and like heading home. But and it will overlap with MoneroCon. We are going to have the MoneroCon people jump up. I don't know if today, I think I told them to come next week. If they want to come up today at some point, they can, but probably better they come up next week. We're bringing up another special guest today, Paranoia Machinery. You may know him from the Monero community. He has his own podcast. Great dude. He's also the guy who's been helping us out a lot behind the scenes with regards to Gratuitas it's been a while now. He's been our connection down in Colombia, he's the one that helped us get get in touch with the farm that ships us the beans, and a farm that would be open to having their people accept Monero-based tips. So we finally implemented it. So it's always been on our to-do list to actually go and hand out the tips in Colombia. We did this in Guatemala with our Guatemalan coffee, but since moving to the new Colombian farm, we never actually went to the farm and gave their farmers the private keys. Well, Paranoia Machinery did just that yesterday, and I actually haven't even heard the lowdown on it. So very excited to bring him up and excited to start shilling Gratuitas coffee again some more. Now that we've officially made connections with the workers, hooked them up with their keys. So moving forward, they'll get their tips on a quarterly basis or something. But we'll go over all that. Excited to have Paranoia come up and talk about that. And I guess we should move it along since we have Paranoia waiting. We might as well jump in. Are we doing news first? I mean, Bawdy is here.
If Bawdy's ready, we could jump into price. That is up to him, though.
Yeah, I guess let us know. So we'll do price, the news.
All right, yep. Guess we'll go ahead and jump into price.
All right.
With Bawdy. All right, let's do it.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
GM Bawdy.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up? How's it going, man?
Great to be here. Thanks for covering. I thought that was the news, actually. I jumped in a little bit late. And I was like,
no, we just kind of went off.
That's good.
We started just talking about some of the hot topics.
Immigrations, yeah.
Well, yeah, just Elon in general, right? Like with what he's up to.
Yeah.
But yeah, we don't need to rehash the convo now. I'm sure we'll talking about it again in the news. But yeah,
Yeah,
ultimately, is he here? You know, it's the million Monero question. Is he truly here for liberty, or is he just trying to corral
Elon
everybody?
is here for Elon. Like, that's one thing I'm certain of.
Right, and what is Elon? What drives him? Where do his
Corporate interests. That's it. He wants to secure the government.
But at no
contracts.
cost, or does he want does he want to flourish in a society where individuality and freedom are flourishing, or is that not a concern of his?
I think he wants to be the leader of the flourishing society. I think he envisions himself in a certain way, and I think he wants everyone else to envision him that way, and he wants to lead that society to Mars or whatever.
To Mars or whatever. You say like that, but it's actually happening, which is fucking nuts. It's pretty awesome.
Like, I don't see it happening. They've launched 7 starships, and they've all either blown up or melted. They have not returned. They have not put any payload into orbit, and they have not returned a vehicle that has not either exploded or been partially melted. Like, where is it? I don't see it.
Well, he's not giving up.
He's got it all. So he needs more, so he's trying to take over Mars. It's like, dude, chill out. Literally the richest single individual in the entire world. I think, right? Or second. I think it's
I love that. I love that he's trying to go to Mars. I think that's just freaking fantastic. I think that's great. Like, why not?
If he was putting space stations
jump to another
into
rock.
orbit,
We need
I would
somebody
be like,
to
okay,
jump to
great.
another.
Like, I'm totally like, space stations would be step 1. Build a bunch of space stations, be able to put a lot of payload into orbit, show that we can do automated construction. Even on the moon, that would be fine. Like, Mars is such a, like, the difference between the moon and Mars is just so vastly complex and so much more difficult. Like, if you can't do it on the moon, then you can't do it on Mars. At least just build one automated space station that you build on the moon with AI or whatever. Like, just prove it there. It's way cheaper to do it. It's a lot easier to rescue somebody.
I mean, I don't know why. Maybe you'll see competition of somebody else trying to do that, right?
I mean, I see Blue Origin. You know, I see Bezos actually doing some interesting stuff, and he might end up because they've been developing a moon landing vehicle as well, so they might actually beat Musk to it. Maybe not anymore because of Doge, but
I mean, you could terraform the moon, right? If you could terraform Mars, why can't you terraform the moon? Is there talk of that?
No, it's not. You can't really do either. No, I mean, probably if we had like crazy advanced.
Why can't you terraform Mars?
Well, like how? Like, you mean you want to warm it up and you want to melt the polar ice caps or something?
Yeah. Yes, that's right. That's
because there's no magnetic field. It doesn't, like, even if you were able to melt all that ice and you were able to like somehow create oxygen and CO2 from the rocks, you're going to lose all of that atmosphere because there's no magnetic shield or magnetic
so you gotta
from the sun.
All right, so you got to use like nuclear power to like create your own magnetic field or something.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. The amount of money and like work just to have like sustainability up there, it's just like astronomical.
What would be the best way to create your? Oh yeah, we don't need to get into that, but I'm sure there's ways to engineer that as well.
Of course, there's ways. It's just that the energy budget is so vastly beyond anything we're capable of doing right now. Like, there's so many breakthrough technologies that absolutely must be made before we ever, like, even think about fantasizing about terraforming Mars. It's just, it's just like we're so much better off focusing on Earth at this moment than we are on, and even space stations, right? Like, space stations could be a really great stepping stone. Like, we're going to learn a shitload by building more of those.
Well, reach for Mars and you may get to the moon, right? So.
All right. Well, I guess I would say fair enough. I would that I don't agree, but we should talk about the price. Maybe that's something.
Let's move on
I'm
to
not
to
an
the price.
astrophysicist or whatever. Although I am an engineer. But so are you. So, all right, yeah, let's talk about price. Okay, so we got the Monero charts here pulled up. Okay, so we did get like kind of the scare a little bit. Are we going down? Right now, honestly, right now in terms of the amount that things have dropped, you would just say, hey, this is a normal pullback. But it's the other things that I'm seeing that are concerning, and so we'll get to all that macro stuff a little bit later on. Things didn't totally break down. We were talking last week. I was like, hey, start paying attention. It's really important. We didn't hit those like big confirmation pieces yet, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to hit, right? They just didn't hit yet. And based on previous timelines, it doesn't have to hit, immediately, quickly. So. Anyways, let's talk about Monero. Doing pretty good. We have taken a little bit of a tumble, a little bit of a whoopsie daisy, like with the rest of the market has done. But we're holding on pretty good. Nothing really terrible here with the price still hanging out above 200, which is fantastic considering where we have been in the past. Right, we're up a pretty good amount. Maybe not as much as some of the highly heralded shitcoins that are floating around, but the shitcoins are having their own problems as well. Like the altcoins in general, they still have not been able to put on anything significant and keep it. Whereas Bitcoin is at least, still above its previous all-time high, right? So we'll talk about Bitcoin later as well. But yeah, like we've talked about, we're basically hanging out in this area right here. It has been the first time that we've made it to these blue standard deviation bands, these upper standard deviation bands. That is like literally the first time we've touched them since the last bull market, right, in 2021. Or maybe I guess it was 2022 as we were, kind of on the way down this little peekaboo right there. Yeah, I mean, it's not too surprising that we're going to take some time to break through them, that poses a little bit of resistance. It's pretty cool actually that we are in fact pushing the top side of those bands. Like that is a significant thing, that price is strong enough, even as things are pulling back, for Monero price to still hang out in the top of these bands. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty decent price action still. This chart does not look nearly as horrible as so many of the other altcoins are currently looking. And it's funny because a lot of the altcoins, it's like they pump crazy hard, but yeah, then they dump back down because those prices were never based on anything other than both speculation and fraud to manipulate prices to the upside temporarily, so that you can generate some exit liquidity for the pre-mined shitcoins and all that, pre-mined, insta-mined, and dev text kind of coins. Let's take a look at the XMR BTC relative ratio, and this is actually instructive as well to give you an idea of how well XMR is doing. All the other shitcoins are like just suffering against Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is still just he's being an abusive daddy, as he usually is, and Monero, however, is holding its own in this fight. Monero is the redheaded stepchild that's fighting back, and Bitcoin, not allowing Bitcoin to just dump all over it. So in other words, we're hanging out here at the top of the range while everything else is kind of having a lot more consternation versus Bitcoin. And again, like we talked about, these upper standard deviations, you don't really expect to touch these and then continue smashing to the upside without spending some time consolidating, right? So if this chart wants to go higher, and I have big questions about whether it actually will go higher, at a minimum, it does need to consolidate around these blue bands. And keep in mind, this is technical analysis, right? This is just tea leaves analysis that we're talking about here. There's other fundamentals. Anything can happen. Bitcoin could have a hidden inflation bug that we only discover in the next few blocks, and then perhaps its price crashes, and then Monero, everyone's like runs to the safety of Monero because Bitcoin has an inflation bug or whatever. In which case, a fundamental event could drive Monero to just smash through all of the tea leaves levels, right? Okay, just keep that in mind. We can't necessarily capture all fundamental events and big mass psychology changes with things like standard deviations and other statistical means or other TA technical analysis means. But they are useful, generally speaking, for like kind of steady state markets. That's really where That's really where technical analysis can shine, particularly statistics-based technical analysis like we're looking at here with what I call wave magic, which again is just a bunch of clustering of upper and lower standard deviations, and then the white here is moving averages, right? So these are all different time frames of moving averages. It's like an advanced form of the moving average ribbon. I'm sure you guys might have seen that before, but it's just it's taken to its logical conclusion, and you get these very beautiful charts that kind of have like this sort of fractal appearance to them. Okay, yet I digress. Back to the actual charts here. So we're expecting some consolidation right here. I don't expect this chart just to smash to the upside all of a sudden. It's possible we could continue going higher, especially, you know, maybe if the markets are in for a lot more chop to the sideways. And hypothetically, if markets go down, all bets are off, right? That's another fundamental event. We could see Monero crash and then rebound like that, right? So you would just see a lot of volatility in this chart, very likely if we actually do get that macro crash or some other fundamental events. Okay, so but anyway, still doing pretty good. You can see relatively to Bitcoin, Monero doing quite well. We can also look at Monero relative to Ethereum, and this chart is a lot more, I don't know, happy. Let's just call it happy. This chart is actually, well, maybe over the long term not quite as good, but over the short term you can see that Monero has done, let's just say from the bottom, it's moved up about 3x versus Ethereum, right? So Monero is actually well above that breakdown point from when Binance did their little delisting thing to try and hurt Monero. I'm sure that that had nothing to do with CZ getting arrested and thrown in prison and Binance getting sued and all that. Anyways, yeah, so we're basically in the moving standard deviation cluster again, kind of like we're talking about with the Bitcoin chart, except for it's performing a little bit better. At this point, again, I still would kind of expect Monero to need to have some consolidation here at this upper standard deviation cluster before deciding what to do next. But you'll notice again, like this is, I tell you guys about these clusters. These are general zones, right? These are areas. These are not hard capping resistance levels. They tell you when you're entering a place that it's time to start thinking about, you know, maybe some fundamental events. It's maybe time to start thinking about taking profit, etc. I would never take profit on Monero, and may God have mercy on the souls of those who do. But hypothetically, if you were going to take profit on like a relative XMR versus ETH trade, this wouldn't be a bad spot to do it. Yeah, I mean, again, this is probably going to be some place where it finds, you know, some stopping point, and maybe it needs to like consolidate here for a period of time, and then it could go up farther, right? That could happen. If we get the liquidity expansion event after some sort of macro crash, you know, we'll have to reassess everything after that. But typically, you're going to expect the coins, the corporate coins, the government approved coins to get the liquidity first, and then watch that spill over into Monero after the fact. So we have kind of counter-cyclical pumps, and I think everybody on the show has seen that multiple times. We all know that's the case that's happening. The other coins pump, and then Monero pumps at some point afterwards, and then coins start dropping, but Monero keeps rising, or everything is flat, and then Monero is performing, right? Like Monero gets these kind of like weird counter-cyclical movements, even counter-cyclical to the altcoins. And again, the reason is because the cabal doesn't want to pump liquidity into a Monero. They want to pump it into the coins that they printed for free, obviously. You know, after that, Monero will kind of get sort of hand-me-down liquidity after the fact. So that's the mechanism there, right? That's your fundamental reasoning there for why Monero has these kind of weird counter-cyclical fits and starts from time to time. I don't think there's anything else here too much of interest to look at. We can look at the Monero dominance. This is basically the XMR BTC chart, but it looks a little bit better than that because, you know, the other 50%, maybe it's 40% now of altcoin market cap is not doing nearly as good as Bitcoin. So Monero is actually looking pretty reasonably okay. Actually, let's take a look at the longer chart and see where Monero broke down from the Binance delisting. Yeah, so wow, this actually is starting to look a lot like a W bottoming pattern, but let's see. So Monero broke down Binance listing, right? Yeah. Okay, so it still hasn't quite made it back in terms of the Monero dominance. Just know that at a fundamental level, this chart and a lot of pretty much all altcoin dominance charts tend to look this way. They're like kind of always losing. So you might call this a W bottoming pattern, but this is where you have to interpret in terms of fundamental realities of the market. And that is that they're always launching new shitcoins. There's always some new shiny fucking thing to take the attention away from the old battle hardened coins like Monero. I say coins, but it's basically just coin, just one, just Monero. Okay, so yeah, this thing, maybe it'll go higher. I don't know. I don't have any opinions on what the XMR.G chart does, but that's what it looks like. Let's go to, let's take a quick look here at privacy shitcoins. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of rebound here in Xano. Let me put on the wave magic. I promised that I would stop talking about, I promised myself and all of you, I guess, that I would stop talking about what Xano should do next. So you guys can take a look at the Wave Magic chart here. 1, 2, 3, and you can make your own decisions on that one. Firo doing nothing, just flat. Pirate Chain also doing nothing. I think this is the weekly. Let's go to the daily. Also, am I missing any comments? I'm on the Monero Talk XMRChat. I don't know if that's the right one or the wrong one. I always forget, and I always ask the same question. Let me go to Monerotopia and make sure there's no comments there. Let's see. Anyone saying stuff of interest here?
Should be the Monero Talk one.
Oh, it is Monero Talk? Okay. Okay, I don't see anything on there. All right. No, I don't see anything. Just making some funny comments about WoW. Yeah, that's they shouldn't have started a fight. You shouldn't have been talking shit about Doug. You're right. If they hadn't done that, they would be fine. But now they have to deal with the consequences. Okay, yeah, Pirate Chain. Wow, Pirate Chain is breaking down. Wow, that looks terrible. That's really, really bad. We haven't seen these kinds of daily closes from Pirate Chain since like forever. I don't know. Let's go back to the weekly and see. Yeah, weekly is about to close pretty bad. Maybe Pirate Chain is watching the show and they're gonna like try to pump the coin to make sure that it doesn't close lower. Oh, look, it just ticked even lower. Yeah, I wouldn't be in this coin, guys. This is gonna be really bad stuff if you have a lot of money in this coin, especially if the market does actually crash. Like, don't be in Pirate Chain. Darrow, we just keep Darrow on the list because it's funny to watch this happen when we kind of like knew this was going to happen. Like, maybe we didn't know it was going to happen, but like, yeah, there was questions about their best practices for a long time. They have now tagged their all-time low. It's probably going even lower. Sorry, Darrow. Bye, Darrow. Zcash doing nothing, kind of flat. Yeah, okay, nothing interesting there to look at all. Monero transactions still hovering just below 30K. Okay, would like to see this go higher. Come on, somebody, pokes a stick at it, do something. Let's take a look at the mining, the hash rate. I always take a second to find this average hash rate per day. And we're still at the same, like we're still basically flat. Kind of like we had a nice move towards the upside, and then things have kind of flattened off lately. So I don't know exactly why they have flattened off, but maybe somebody, Tux has stopped his purchases of Threadrippers. So Tux, if you could, I don't know, need some more gains, or if you got to work a second job, but if you could turn on a few more hash Threadrippers, I think the hash rate would really appreciate that. All right, so let's take a break before we talk about Bitcoin. We'll go to the macro. There's nothing too crazy to talk about here. Oil is kind of like, I believe oil is our alpha. I believe that oil is the thing that gives us the advanced signal that a lot of people just don't know they need to be watching. And as we talked about last week, oil finally did break down. It started breaking down into that yellow zone, right? Because we had called for the longest time, and maybe I should just leave a TA line or something here. We called this the yellow zone. We said, hey, this area is kind of like, be careful, be cautious. And then anything down here is like, watch out, like things are about to break down if you start closing down there. We had a couple closes kind of down there. Technically speaking, it's still like we only wicked down to the bottom that was set last year in September. But this is a terrible chart, and this thing's going to break down eventually. Again, if you start seeing if we get to where the weekly close happens down in this range, that's probably a sign that you're looking at 1 to 3 weeks before macro crash, right? It could literally be, it could be soon, trademark, or it could still be a few weeks away. But once you start closing into this area consistently, that's when you really need to start watching out. And you want to sort of corroborate that with bonds as well. So let's take a look at the bonds really quick. This is all of the bonds overlaid. So on the left here, I'll just open this up. You can see this is 3 month, 6 month, 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 30 year. And then the white is obviously the overnight federal funds rate from Jay Powell and his crew of economy saving, economists. So yeah, we haven't really seen, like, the bonds are starting to move down, but we're not seeing the kinds of like crazy downward volatility, right? We're not seeing the flashy red signs that things are incipiently crashing. But let's go back here to when the economy caught a cold in 2020, as we say. I think we're allowed to actually say the C word now. But we'll still avoid it just in case the algorithm, doesn't like it. Maybe it'll actually get you promoted now, because obviously, because there's Doge, and they probably convinced Google to remove the filters or whatever. Okay, anyways, let's take a look at the timelines here. So the week of the major crash was right here. So you can look at the bottom. That's 302, right? So I'm drawing this little like yellow line right there. right? That's the week of March 2nd, 2020. That's when the crash really, really happened. So you'll notice that the week before is when you actually started seeing that kind of down drop. So if you see bonds starting to take a downturn kind of like this in a similar fashion, that's that. And again, combined with oil closing lower and just in general, just like the spidey tingly of fears, and it probably doesn't require any great insight to be able to tell that, because you'll just see everyone being like, oh my God, we're going to die. Everyone's going to lose all their money. And we all like money. I like money. To quote Idiocracy. Yeah, so if you see things starting to turn down like that and you corroborate it with the other signals, that could mean that, hey, we are actually looking at the 0 to 2 week, 0 to 1 week timeline before real like hardcore macro crash happens. Okay, but we're not quite seeing that just yet. But again, I just want to give you perspective, some ideas on things you could be looking for on your own time if you're trying to protect yourself. So we are seeing the bonds, actually, they did turn down a little bit this week, but not crazy hard. So yeah, again, just, keeping an eye on that. If you haven't been paying attention, start paying attention, give it a midweek look. If you're going to try and protect yourself, if you don't give a fuck and you're just like, I'm just going to hodl and it doesn't matter to me, then that's totally fine. You could just hodl and just, be comfortable that the liquidity expansion will happen and your bags will go up, maybe in like 6 months or a year. Hopefully you don't actually need those bags for anything, but yeah. So, okay, here's the oil chart. We looked at that. Let's look at gold, because that's kind of a happy story. So, okay, let's, actually, before we talk about gold, let's take a couple step backs. Maybe this is a bit out of order. What is a macro crash, right? Because I did have some questions I posted a little bit on Twitter. One of the things I was like kind of hoping to see this week is you get a midweek pump followed by everything closing back down at the lows. And on some like instances that happened, but it didn't happen with oil. Like it did get a midweek pump. It came back down, but it didn't really close or go down further than it did last week on the weekly. So let's just look at that. Basically closed at the same level as it did last week. So yeah, we didn't really get that confirmation point, that it became clear that the shit was going down, right? We didn't get that. But yet I digress. I want to talk about what is a macro crash. Because people, maybe people from back in the day remember a name, Harry Dent, and they remember Peter Schiff versus Harry Dent and these like inflation versus deflation battles. And like, what is, what's going to happen? And what is a macro crash or whatever? Okay, let's start broad level. The system as it exists now inherently and inevitably mathematically produces long-term deflation. If you don't touch the system and you just let it run and you just let it do its thing, the entire economy is going to deflate massively. This is, incidentally, the very first major crisis that happened after the Federal Reserve was created. You had the 1929 blow off top, and then you had the Great Depression afterwards because the Federal Reserve didn't intervene. And that's kind of like the evidence there that the system ultimately produces deflation. Now, deflation happens because money has to be paid back. They created a bunch of money from nothing. All of that money was created at the point of a loan, or really thousands, tens of thousands of loans. And then if the economy crashes, those loans start getting paid back. Some of them just go bankrupt, right? But a lot of them start getting paid back and money starts getting destroyed, right? Those credits start, it's just at that time, it wasn't credits on the screen, it was credits on a piece of paper, but those credits get destroyed. And so you actually have less currency in circulation. The M2 money supply goes down, right? It retracts, it goes backwards. And that is the destruction of money. So there's just no money in the economy at that point to service the needs of people that want to do business. And so you get deflation, which means all assets are going to go down in value. You're talking stocks, gold, crypto, commodities, literally everything. That's deflationary. Now, these macro crash scares, right? So 2001, the dot-com, 2008, the housing bubble, 2020, right? These are all deflationary scares. The economy starts to reverse, and you see it very clearly. Everything drops at the same time. Gold, so we have a caveat for gold. Put that as a placeholder in your mind. But basically, everything drops at the same time because there's a deflationary scare, and everyone's smashing the sell button. And the safest place to be is hold on to the dollars that are now going to be deflating, that are going to be getting destroyed, right? That is what the system will inevitably produce if left untouched. And the Great Depression shows this. And Ben Bernanke even referenced the Great Depression in 2008. He says, we will drop money from helicopters if we have to. He was called Helicopter Ben as a result of that little I don't know, media operation or whatever. Because he's like, listen, we recognize what happened in the Great Depression. We will never let that happen again. And so everybody knows, and the Fed knows, that when there's a crisis, they are going to print their way out of it. They're always going to print their way out of it. Otherwise, the system will collapse. And so the system will not collapse unless they want it to. It's not going to collapse unless they want it to. Even Argentina, with their 300% inflation, the government still hasn't collapsed, right? Their system still hasn't collapsed. They still have pesos. It takes either a massive hyperinflationary event or a massive deflationary event. Deflation doesn't have to happen if they don't want it to. And hyperflation doesn't have to happen. It doesn't have to happen if they don't want it to. Anyway, so the point is that, yes, if there's a macro crash, they will reinflate, and then you'll get the liquidity injection and the releveraging of the economy and the pumping of all the assets, right? And so that's what we'll be looking at. And gold is like kind of this safety play that in 2008 crashed. In 2020, it crashed with the rest of the market. Right now, things are looking dicey, and gold is continuing to perform, right? Here's the weekly chart. Gold has put on new all-time highs this week. So that's a 3% gain for gold, which is pretty significant. So I, for a while I said, hey, gold's going to crash with the rest of the market. Maybe probably it still will a little bit, but it just looks like it wants to keep on going because it's probably a risk-off safety play, right? People are recognizing this. And then you've also got central banks, right? A lot of them are actually stocking gold, right? You got China and Russia is still under sanctions. So they're using some cryptocurrency now. They're probably stacking gold as well. So gold is definitely acting truly as a counter risk hedge right now, which is very interesting. So at this moment, in a technical analysis sense, you would take a look at this purple band and you say, hey, that's continuing to go up. So gold might do this, so we might be looking at, say, $3,300 gold at a minimum. We're probably looking at $3,100 gold. Perhaps it, keeps going all the way to $3,500 gold. So yeah, things are still looking good. You can see that gold is basically occupying these purple bands. This is very like classic bullish action. You'll see the purple bands forming at the top. And the purple bands are kind of like an acceleration metric for standard deviation. I won't get into the math of how that is done, but it's very useful. I've seen it just work over and over again. And I kind of had to create it because stock markets were too parabolic. They were too exponential for the blue bands to be sufficient to describe their price action. So anyways, yeah, gold just continues to look like it wants to perform. That's great. I think a lot of people here have gold. So yeah. I'm going to keep holding on to my gold. And oh, by the way, if you've got physical, even as this thing starts to top out, it's like physical takes a lot of friction to get in and out of, right? You're going to spend at least 3% on the in and out, right? On the spread of purchase and sell. So generally speaking, like even if we had a macro crash and I thought gold was crashing, I'm still not selling my physical because the friction there is just too costly. And you might as well just hang on to it. So at some point here, and I'll let you guys know, it probably would be wise to either flip your gold into some like cryptocurrency or probably, into something solid like land, right? If you have an allocation towards gold, it's because you're trying to keep something solid, real physical in your hands. So maybe you want to buy some land or some property or something with that gold or a house or whatever. That would seem to me to be more like congruent, but everyone has to make their own decisions. Reverse repos have not gone back towards the upside, but they haven't gone towards the downside. So this hasn't given us a confirmation signal one way or the other. Again, what are we looking for on the macro crash? Imminent macro crash. We're looking for this shit to start going up again like that. We haven't seen the kind of uptrend, peak pullback, but not all the way fall back down. So peak pullback and then resume the uptrend. We haven't seen that for like 3 years or 2 years in the reverse repos. It's just been down, down, down from 2.5 trillion. So again, yeah, that would be a sign. What is this fundamentally speaking? It's a sign of institutions moving out of risk and into protection of the Federal Reserve overnight. So it's not a bond, but it acts a lot like bonds. It acts like an overnight bond, basically. Oops, I did not mean to show you all that code. Let's see, anything else here on this chart? No, I don't think anything here. Pesos winning against the dollar right now. So that's, I guess, good for those of you that have pesos, probably all like 5 of you. Okay, let's go to Bitcoin now. So now that we've got the macro in our heads, we kind of understand what we're looking at. The charts are kind of starting to break down already. Again, you would look at this. We talked about this a few weeks ago. We said, yeah, everyone's kind of crying and panic in the streets. Actually, the whole crypto space has been fairly mature about this pullback. To be honest, I haven't seen too much crying, which is surprising because usually there's a lot of belly aching when you have pullbacks. But yeah, it's not too surprising in a TA sense to have set a solid new all-time high at $110,000 ish, and then hey, we kind of just busted through that. Maybe it would be good to touch this and establish the previous all-time high at about 70,000 as support. currently, this is enough wick action down here to say that you've done that. But here's the problem. I really do think this macro crash is like very, very near on the horizon here. Not even on the horizon, right? Like it's coming. It seems like it's more and more likely that it's coming. Oh crap! I forgot one major piece of this macro picture puzzle, the fundamental piece of it. Tariffs. So it's hard to talk about this macro crash without tariffs. Now, when it comes to these macro crashes, when it comes to the deflationary scare, it is almost always, in fact, it's always the case that some massive amount of leverage has happened, right? All the money printing and you're taking out loans to buy more stocks, and then the derivatives bros are like going 20x long. 10 to 20x long, which for traditional finance is ridiculously irresponsible. For crypto, you're kind of used to it. But anyways, they're taking all these longs and like everything is just inflating, bubble. It's been an AI craze lately. And then you sort of reach this maximum point. It's like, okay, you've basically maxed out the system for as much as it can really provide you. And then people start getting risk averse, and then things start pulling back into the reverse side a little bit. And then it just takes like some moderately fundamental event to pop that bubble, right? To pinprick that bubble. So when that happens, it's like this thing gets blamed like, oh, the poor people were taking loans on houses and they nearly destroyed the global economy. No, it was the derivatives bomb. And that was just like, people were smoking amidst a whole bunch of fireworks, and, someone's ash fell on a fuse, right? Like, it wasn't the poor people. And I'm not saying that all poor people smoke either. What I'm saying is that, when you look at these fundamental events, you have to realize that's just the thing that popped the bubble. Something was going to do it. And right now we're looking at the tariffs, and the tariffs are probably going to be the thing that pops the bubble. Because did they actually remove income taxes? No, they didn't do shit. But they put tariffs on, and Trump has been implementing tariffs for the last few weeks. He's been waffling a lot, like, well, we're going to do this tariff. Well, no, now we're not going to do that tariff. Oh, it's going to be fantastic. It might even be amazing. Right. So like he's been like threatening all these tariffs and going back and forth. So I did some research and found out like, yes, certain tariffs have actually been implemented in the past few weeks, and it is now affecting that global trade and the economy. And so when you start layering tariffs in such an interlocked global economy and tariff wars, right? Because, for example, you might like have some aluminum that gets mined in Kentucky, and then maybe that gets shipped to Canada to get made into like piston heads, and then it gets shipped to Mexico to be made into an engine. And then it gets shipped, I don't know, back to the United States to produce a car, which is like not what happens, but just, follow me here as a hypothetical, but that's something like that happens when it comes to like car manufacture and raw materials and stuff like that, right? The raw materials come from one place, they go to another place to get refined, and then they get put into parts, and then those parts get assembled into something, and that something gets assembled into a full complete thing. And then that gets shipped to the place it's actually going. And every time that you cross the border, you're paying tariffs. What do you think that's going to do to consumption, to the economy? Like, and like the simplest sense, guys, what happens when they raise taxes on stuff? Do you buy more of that stuff, or do you end up saying, oh, maybe I don't need, the Frank's 2000-inch TV. Maybe I just need Frank's 500-inch TV, right? Maybe that'll be good enough. And so the economy starts slowing. And if the economy is slowing into a leverage system that's already maxed out, what's going to happen? Yeah, you guessed it. The entire system is going to have a big macro deflationary crash scare, and then some kind of intervention is going to have to be made. So my thinking on the matter right now is that the tariffs are probably the thing that's going to pop this bubble. Trump has even spent time saying it's going to be difficult. We're going to have to, tighten our belts, or whatever the hell he talks about and says. But he's mentioned that, hey, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be difficult. Okay, sorry to wander around so much here, but those fundamental events are important. And I know that I don't have flashy graphics for you, so hopefully my storytelling has been good enough there to illustrate what's going on. Back to Bitcoin. Now that we have like the lay of the land, you have like some kind of idea of what's happening in the macro. We can go back and look at the charts, and you can sort of interpret, our tea leaves, astrology, my astrology, and you can decide for yourself. So Bitcoin is pulling back here. In a technical sense, you would say, hey, it's actually not a bad idea to touch 70K, but with the macro situation the way it is, it definitely won't stop at 70K if we start getting a macro crash. So just keep that in mind. In terms of like wave magic, you might say, okay, we've hit these moving averages here, touching that 73,000 level in tandem with these moving average cluster right there. That's kind of like a spot you would take a sort of a swing long. You might get long with some leverage there. In this broader situation of the potential for macro crash looming against us, I would 100% say if you take a long there on leverage, take your profits, take them early, and get the fuck out, because the market could reverse on you, or at least just make sure you're watching it very, very carefully. Because yeah, that's kind of, we're in a dangerous spot right here for longs. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe, you know, they just patch over everything, and maybe everything's just ready to go for another massive high. I suppose that could happen. You know, anything can happen, but personally, that's too much risk for me. I won't be taking. I'm looking for opportunities to short this market when I see that signals actually confirming that, yeah, this shit's incipient. This shit is crashing or about to crash within a week. Then I'll be going short. I'll be trying to protect my stack. Maybe I'll be dropping some shitcoins. I might be dropping shitcoins anyways. If we get a little bit of rebound in the market going into next week, there's a good chance that I'll probably drop some positions, or maybe not. Maybe I could just take shorts and protect that stack. Because, you know, the other thing that I think with a macro crash, is it possible? Could Tether go tits up? I don't know, right? Could USDC you know, have some kind of major failing? I don't know. Could the banks have some kind of major failing? Maybe a few banks, right? And who knows? So maybe it's not great to flip your crypto into Tether, right? Maybe it's just better to hold, even if it was something like, and I hate to be, you know, putting anything out there, but Ethereum, right? Number 2 coin, or even Link, right? Because Link is interesting because it doesn't have a chain. It's just like exists on everyone else's chain, and it sort of like ties oracles into the system, right? At least it, like, there's a fundamental narrative of possible value there, and a token that exists on a bunch of chains in the sense of, you know, with some level of permissionship or censorship resistance. Whereas, like, you know, at least like ETH does have some level of censorship resistance, you know, whereas like Tether has none. Like, it could just go belly up, and then what are you going to do when your Tether's, you know, you're getting 50 cents on the dollar? Anyway, so there's probably a case to be made for taking a short, keeping your crypto while taking a short, so that just in case, like, you know, things actually really catastrophically collapse, you're not just sitting there holding a bag of Tether USDC that's worthless. I think that's a very low probability thing to happen, but it's not a zero risk, right? It's not zero risk. So, okay, yeah. So Bitcoin having some troubled times here from the top, you know, in a TA sense. In a TA sense, this actually isn't the greatest chart, guys. Like, so, like, if you're in a bullish environment, this right here, those blue bands, those upper standard deviation band clusters, that should have been a stopping point, and Bitcoin should have come back to the top side, especially in light of the fact that, you know, the strategic reserves are happening, right? It was announced, and then what happened? Just shit crashed. Like, after the announcement, we could get a single candle to the top side. This guy right here, this candle. That was the announcement, and then it came right back down. Like, that tells you something is fundamentally not good here. Like, something is going on that like, that's not what should happen right there. With the fundamentals, that's not what should happen. With the TA, that's not what should happen. This should have been the stopping point, and it should be up here, both in a TA sense and a fundamental sense. That's not what happened. So that tells you something is awry. So again, I'm just trying to, you know, I don't know, just trying to give you some perspective there, or at least my perspective. Bitcoin is doing pretty good though on the dominance, right? So it's kind of hanging out at these upper standard deviation bands. It has made a massive move to the like 60% area. This should be fairly capping I won't believe anything that gets up here. Any spike to the upside here is an opportunity to flip your Bitcoin into altcoins, because it's not real. Just know that, like, the spike up to the top is your opportunity to get into altcoins cheap. And especially if there's a macro crash, that kind of spike could totally happen. And because, again, everybody knows that the liquidity expansion, you're going to see the shitcoins just pop off. So it'll be a quick spike, and it'll probably come back down. Or maybe if it doesn't quickly come back down, it will come back down. So anyways, buy altcoin, sell Bitcoin, buy altcoins if you see a spike above those levels to, like, say 70% Bitcoin dominance. That is your opportunity, golden opportunity. Okay. Let's see here. No, I don't need to talk about that. Oh, last thing, we'll take a look here. Probably last thing. GDP, like we talked about last week. I just want to show for anyone that didn't see the show last week. The quarterly GDP was minus 2.4%. Like, you tell me if that's a problem, right? Like, and it's not looking good for this quarter either, right? You've got unemployment that looks like it wasn't so great for February. So unemployment, our next numbers on the unemployment are probably going to spike some more, now that I'm looking at that a little bit more. So yeah, February didn't have the greatest unemployment outlook, but the official numbers are not in, but those numbers will probably be another spike, which is negative for the notion of not having a macro crash. That's two negatives, which makes a positive, which means probably are going to have a macro crash. Anyways, so yeah, minus 2.4% on the GDP is, we haven't seen, the only last time we've seen a negative number was in 2022, April of 2022. And I don't remember if you guys remember, or I don't know if you guys remember what was happening back then, but that was like the beginning of a bear market that everyone was, you know. But so yeah, things are like bad here. Like, in terms of the economic macro numbers, like, shit's not looking great. So did we get any new housing numbers? Let's pull this up really quick. Housing is supposed to have bottomed. No, we haven't had any new housing numbers. Okay, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. Yeah, so with that, that's all we got here, guys. Just again, make sure you're watching. Give a midweek look. I'll try and post on Twitter about it just to let you know, like, hey, no change, or like, hey, things are breaking down, etc. I'll try and like give you a tweet here or there in the middle of the week to let you know how I'm saying things. But hopefully, again, if you're watching this price report on a regular basis, you should be able to know the things that I'm looking at, right? So you should be able to pull up your own charts and say, okay, we're going to track oil, we're going to watch we're going to watch the reverse repos, we're going to watch bonds. Those are like your macro signals that tell you when shit's about to go down. Oh, here's another indication. These are credit spreads. So this is the difference between the yield that you get with a corporation and the yield that you get with the government. So when those spreads go to very, very low, it means that everyone is very comfortable, that the corporate environment is looking cheerful, and that people are not, corporations are not going to go bankrupt. But when things start getting dicey, that's when people start demanding higher interest rates on their corporate debt. In other words, I will not take your bond, Mr. Corporation. I'm not buying your bond unless you give me a higher rate. And so what you see is the spread between corporate rates and government rates start to spike. And that's what's starting to happen. And these often precede significant, either they're synonymous with, and occasionally they precede a big macro event. And again, the mechanism is obvious, right? You want more interest rate from that corporation if you're going to buy their bond. And when you're going into a macro crash, like, things are anything but certain. So right now we're seeing some spike there. It's actually a pretty significant spike. It's not necessarily, the biggest, but it is still a spike, and it is, again, another little small contributing point to this picture, right? This understanding the fabric of our macro reality, that in fact there are problems, and that it is probably getting closer, right? It's no longer okay. It's going to come. The things are still moving, but be patient, right? It's not like, no, pay attention now. Okay, so yep, I'm probably gonna keep hammering that until we actually get this macro crash, unless things just miraculously turn around. I don't expect that they are going to miraculously turn around. Although this probably is a good spot to wait, to watch for the S&P here. Like, there's probably some bounce in store. Like, probably this thing might come up here next week or whatever. That would be a good opportunity to get the hell out. Especially if you see the S&P pumping. If you see risk assets pumping into the macro deteriorating, that's actually just golden opportunity for you. So keep an eye on that. It doesn't always end up being perfect, right? It doesn't always end up where the big signs are deteriorating while the risk is pumping. So you're like, aha, I know what's happening. And then you can sell your bags while everyone else is thinking that it was just a dip. But sometimes it does happen that way. So be prepared in case it does. You can make a lot of money doing that. All right, let's take a look really quick at the comments here. I just want to make sure that, oh shit, we got 3 of them here. Sorry guys. I don't know, Tux, if you want to put these comments up one by one, we can read them off. I've missed them all. All right, we have Nihilist tipped $1.24. Bawdy telling people to buy land sounds like saying touch some grass. Yeah, I guess indirectly. I just told everyone to touch grass. If only we had more grass here in my city that I live in Mexico. We have some grass. HK tipped 25 cents. He says, love you guys. Keep up the good work. Monero all the way. Thanks, HK. Love you too. And then Hiroshi tipped 25 cents. Thanks, Doug plus team, for your consistency with this show. Monero Talk is the best podcast in crypto. Thank you, brother or sister. Yeah, Doug, especially Doug, just has put this whole thing together and just makes it happen every week. It's pretty crazy. I definitely wouldn't be here telling you guys about price if it wasn't for Doug putting the show together. So thanks for the 25 cents.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's all I got for you guys here today. A lot
Thanks,
of
Bawdy.
doom. Woe is me.
Guess the macro crash didn't quite happen as you were suggested. Maybe hoping, but
what I was hoping for was that we get, my ideal scenario was that we get some kind of midweek pump followed by closing back at the lows, and that would be like a confirmation point. It could still after that take another week or two, but I was kind of hoping for more clear resolution by today. That okay, no, the signs are clear now. Like it's going down. Just get ready. So, but at this point, it's still yeah, okay. It doesn't have to happen next week. It could still be 2 to 3 weeks away, but it's the direction is still clearly moving in, right? We're moving in that direction. And the end of March, beginning of April, after the November timeline or the December timeline didn't work out, is no, that's not going to happen. My next most likely point has, like I've said before, has been end of March, beginning of April as our most likely timeline. So Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's like I'm obviously trying to predict the future, and what the fuck do I know? I'm just some dude with tea leaves and astrology.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed they everything kind of closed a little bit higher on Friday. So it's like, okay, we're probably not fully on. But next week will be interesting because for one, the CR was passed in the Senate, so the government's not shutting down. So that could be a factor. So unsurprisingly, right? And then second, next week there's going to be a FOMC meeting.
Oh, what meeting?
A FOMC,
Oh,
Federal
FOMC.
Open Market
shit,
Committee
I forgot about that.
meeting.
Yeah,
Yep,
the FOMC.
next week. Yeah. So we'll see what happens with that.
I think the bet is they're not going to raise rates. I think if they lowered rates right now, that would look like weakness. I believe if they lowered rates, the market would take that as weakness. They'd say, "Oh shit, even the Fed knows something is wrong. That's why they're lowering rates already."
Yeah, because I don't think it makes sense to lower rates right now.
It kind of does. I think it 100% does, but it just communicates fear if they do. Is the only problem. Yeah, you made a good point about the resolution. They passed the resolution, so that is liquidity that could make it into the market. At the same time, like that's liquidity that has already kind of been making it into the market. Like they're just continuing the government spending. They haven't bumped it up by any significant degree, so that might end up being neutral.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah. All right. I think that's
good
all
stuff,
I got.
man. Thank you, Bawdy. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you, sirs.
Yeah. And yeah, to whoever was thanking us for the show, yeah, thank you guys. It's the community that makes this show, right? We're just the ones that are hosting it. But definitely the participation, and it really has become a pillar of the Monero community here. It's an open platform; anybody can join. Every Saturday, 11 a.m. So it's nice to see that we're continuing to grow. And Bawdy does this out of the kindness of his heart. He's not making any money off this. He does this out of his own passion, and it's a tremendous contribution to the show and to the community as well. So thank you, Bawdy. Tux, man, what do you think? News? Because I told Paranoia Machinery like an hour. I don't know how much. If he wants to come up now first, or
he's in the backstage.
Okay. I don't know if he needs to come up now.
He said he's chilling. He said whenever.
He's chilling. Okay, so let's have Tony go because I don't think the news is too long. I don't think we have much news today, and we kind of covered the news a little bit ourselves in the beginning. So
okay, let's jump into it.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
Did we get all these big super chats? Wow, I think we missed this one. There was this.
Oh, I did miss that one.
Poach one tip. Did we get this one? Poach one tip, $10. Shan't believe your wave magic until I see proof of Cape Bawdy Wizard. Did Bawdy answer that one? I feel bad if he didn't.
No, I didn't even. I must have been scrolled a little bit far up to have missed those. Let me pull Bawdy back up.
Yeah, that was a nice $10 tip.
Looks like there's a couple super chats I missed, Bawdy. If you're still there,
then,
maybe you dipped.
And then another very, very generous tip. McGold 666 tipped $100.60. I like money. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. And you must really like this show because you're willing to give up your mone.
His name is Me Gold.
Greatly appreciate that, Me
Oh,
Gold.
thank you, Me Gold 666. I realize it's a funny name. I think that's the largest super chat, the largest XMR chat that's ever been sent to this channel.
Might be. Yeah, I don't know. We've had some sizable ones. I think that might be the biggest. Wow, thank you, Me Gold. Yeah, we should have a
leaderboard.
We should have a leaderboard on pages. That's a great little feature.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
And then they could just the largest tips, maybe like the top 5 stay on the leaderboard. So you can kind of fight to claim a spot. That's actually a great idea.
Make them fight with their money. That sounds evil.
Make it competitive. Buy ad space on your page.
Yeah, I'm just glad you brought those up. Sorry about those, guys. I was not ignoring your super chats. It was just my scroll view wasn't automatically updating, so I was higher up. But yeah,
So
thank you so much
maybe
for your
Bawdy
super
could
chats.
answer that question later about the wave magic.
Yep.
To proof of cape, Bawdy Wizard. I'm not sure what that. Yep.
That's a funny sentence. Yeah, I guess, is Tony even here?
Yeah, hey, what's up, guys?
GM, Tony, how's it going?
Tony,
Hey, good,
what's up?
good. How are you guys?
Good.
All right.
How is news? Do we have a lot of news or not? Did I lie to the people? Do we actually have a large news segment?
Not like usual, but still
Okay.
like a good amount of discussion that we can have today. So I was trying to get stuff, but some weeks are bigger news, some smaller news, but we still have like quite some interesting stuff to talk about. So,
all right, make it happen. Yeah, because we have Paranoia machinery that's sitting waiting to jump up. So we'll keep them moving.
That's a cool name. Okay, so let's get into the news section. And by the way, guys, thank you so much for the likes, the support, the donations, all this stuff. Like, we really appreciate it. But let's get into the news section. So the first thing, I actually just saw this as I was browsing for more stuff to talk about today. And also, if you guys have anything that you want us to cover, you can. I watched the YouTube chat, so if you have any questions or links or anything, then I'll take a look. But I really love this. I'm gonna save this picture. I really like it. So it's Monero in the middle, and then the title is Reminder. You can just use Monero, and then it just goes into all sorts of dimensions, like wallet, market. You have XMR Bazaar right here, directory. You have Monerica, which is an amazing website, by the way. KYC.me. News, if you want to get your news, docs, Explorer, infrastructure, payment, DEXs, CEXs, all these things. So it's really an amazing picture. We do give the links as well, so then you can click on it and save it yourself. But I do love this image. Now let's move on to this 2-minute video of Christine Lagarde, which I think she's the president of the European Central Bank. And before we even play it, don't you love the color of her suit? That orange and black. Actually, it's a nice suit. I need to consider buying an orange one. It looks very good. I don't like what she's about to talk about, but she she's pointing towards certain colors that we like in this community. So so she's going to talk about the digital euro, which we've been talking in the past, and the fact that you need to cover OPSEC because XMR is useless if you don't know OPSEC. Yes, of course, that's very important. But so let's watch this video, guys, and we'll discuss it a little bit.
On your second point, I tend to share your views. Nature doesn't like vacuum. And we started working on the digital euro way back. Actually, when I started my term 5.5 years ago. And I'm not claiming, parentality on the digital euro, because my colleague Benoît Cœuré had already committed a speech on this matter before I arrived. But I certainly carried on with that project, and subsequently Fabio Panetta on the board, and then Piero Cipollone, who has replaced Fabio, have taken the lead together with a very, very good team, which is focused on accelerating the pace and hopefully campaigning enough with all the stakeholders, meaning European Parliament, meaning European Council, meaning European Commission, so that we can eventually, not put to bed, but put to reality this digital euro. The deadline for us is going to be October of 25, and we are getting ready for that deadline, but we will not be able to move unless the other parties, the stakeholders, as I call them, Commission, Council, and Parliament, actually complete the legislative process, without which we will not be able to move. And I think it is critically important, and it seems to the agnostic or the skeptics, it seems to be more relevant and more of an imperative now than ever before, both on the wholesale and on the retail level, both.
Oh, wow, crazy. Yeah, it is crazy. And for the past couple of years, we've been mentioning the digital euro and when it would come to fruition. And at this time, we have a deadline, which is October. And if it does get approved, then we're certainly going to go in this digital euro direction. But anyhow, the way I see it is that the general direction is towards having a digitalized form of money, just because we're so connected nowadays and we need speed. And having a digital form of money is speed. We can do a lot more transactions and everything. But yeah, so October 2025. Nihilist tipped 1.24. Thank you so much. Christine Lagarde announcing the digital euro. I'm not kidding. Fellow Europeans stack the Monero up until October. See you on RetroSwap, everyone. Yeah, that's what I recommend as well. XMR will go up. It will go up, and more people are going to discover it. And also, I do want to mention, just as a side note, a little bit, I love her scarf as well because it has the 3 colors of Monero, which is white, black, and orange. So she kind of has the whole Monero outfit right there while talking about the digital euro. Maybe is that a wink wink? Maybe actually she's going to implement Monero instead of the digital euro. Probably not. But yeah, so that was about Christine Lagarde. Now let's go over to our buddy Klaus Schwab. And God, this guy. But okay, so let's watch this 23-second video of him saying stuff that we've heard in the past. And he loves to say, if you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't be afraid. God, this just sounds so awful. We need to be transparent. We need total transparency. Okay, well then, whatever. Let's build houses with just glass, transparent glass. No more walls, no more nothing. Full transparency from inside your house to your finances to everything. And also don't own anything as well. God, it's crazy. Miguel 66, Trojan horse from Monero. Yeah, maybe Christine Lagarde is the Trojan horse right there. But okay, let's watch this video.
Ce nouveau monde, on doit accepter une transparence.
If you're just listening, and you're not watching on YouTube because it has subtitles, that's what he's basically just talking about. You not owning anything, transparency, total transparency. Yeah, so let's continue watching it.
Et je dirais même une transparence totale. Tout va être transparent. Et il faut s'habituer, il faut se comporter ainsi. Ça devient, comment dirais-je, intégré dans votre personnalité, mais si on n'a rien à cacher, il ne faut pas avoir peur. Ce nouveau monde.
If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't be afraid. I have nothing to hide, but I still don't want the whole world to know what I'm... He sounds like a demon. Yeah, that's... He does. UTXO. How about Klaus and Lagarde upload a history of all their transactions so we can analyze them, right? If they're not doing anything wrong, they have nothing to hide. Right, so is this going to apply to just us, the sheep, or is it going to apply to them too? Are we going to see his transactions? Are we going to see what he's doing? Are we, But yeah, it's quite a scary future, this kind of... and I love a book by Yanis Varoufakis, if you guys know, Techno-Feudalism. These big tech companies that get so much data off of you. Instagram, Facebook, these are not free. They just capture so much about you. And it's being used against you. I'm not even sure if I like personalized algorithms because it's just fitting. Yes, it's giving me stuff that I really like. But in the same time, I do want to break off of it sometimes and discover new things instead of feeding the same mindset that I have. It's a long topic, but yeah, it's crazy. Let's go on to the new another article. So we talked in the past about DEXs, CEXs, whether it's good for Monero to be on a centralized exchange. And yes, it is. We don't need centralized exchanges. It would be good for exposure because a lot of people are not like us and they use Coinbase, they use Robinhood to buy crypto. They're not in it for the reason that we are. And if Monero was on these exchanges, that they would see it, and then they would kind of ponder, well, what is this thing, and look into it. So on that note, it is positive that Monero would be on centralized exchanges, although we don't need it. And if you are going to use centralized exchanges to purchase your Monero, make sure that you get it out as soon as possible, because Binance has done this in the past, and now Poloniex, HDX, Massie, Let's Exchange have closed XMR withdrawal. So we have the first image. This is Poloniex, Monero withdrawal closed. So you're stuck in there. HDX, boom, stuck. Massie, stuck. Let's Exchange. Yeah, let's exchange. Maybe let's not exchange. Temporarily unavailable for Monero. We were number 3 on CoinMarketCap. Yeah, we were top 10. And hopefully we will be top 10. Just there's so many stupid projects out there today that just capture all the liquidities. And that's how it is. Then let's talk about CakeWallet. They have a new update, a scam protection with token whitelisting, which I like. They're always improving. I love CakeWallet. I've been using it for a couple of years now. And just from design to, I just like it. And they also have a giveaway that I want to mention. So giveaway, 100 Monero giveaway with X crypto payments using our Bird Pay to enter. So set up Bird Pay, comment, and with a matching CakeWallet receive screen and retweet this post. And well, actually today he's got a big free winner. So in case you haven't, go ahead and enter. I'm not sure if it's too late. And hopefully you're going to win $100 in Monero. Moving on, let's talk about the Bitcoin reserve. We talked about it last week on March 6th. Was it March 6th or 7th? I think March 6th. It was a Friday. And essentially, the US established a Bitcoin reserve. And I was thinking about what that would mean, essentially. Would they purchase Bitcoin into the reserve, or what would they do? A lot of people, including myself, probably thought that they would purchase Bitcoin and they would add to that reserve. And what was interesting to watch, so I was actually on, just like a side note a little bit, I was on Wall Street Bets, and I actually saw this in the morning of when this guy posted 11 days ago. He said, here's a 50 bagger play, MSTR, MicroStrategy, options. And it was like a 240, which was pretty low. And then he just, in the same day, actually he posted this on the bottom, which is crazy. And then he went to 290. So, and he had quite a large position. So this guy made his millions right there. But God, I should have put some money. But the feta was too high. Anyway, but also and then we'll get into something else, but I wanted to mention a bit about the Bitcoin reserve. What is interesting as well, and I'll try to be 1% of Bawdy right here by opening TradingView, but on Sunday, I remember it was like 10 a.m. And then I was looking at the Bitcoin charts. It was sitting at 85, and I knew it was at 70-something K. And then all of a sudden it was 94. And then I, saw that Trump is talking about the Bitcoin reserve, Bitcoin XRP, blah, blah. So yeah, Bitcoin went up in that period. MSTR went up. That would have been a nice play. I should have done it, whatever.
Yeah, there's like a whale that knew ahead of time is what it looked like. And that pump was so, like, it went up, right back down within 24 hours, basically.
Yeah.
Super fake
funny
looking. We do got a super chat here from Ron Smith to 25 cents. Do you guys think a Bitcoin crypto super cycle will happen this year? For the last year, the U.S. has been printing $1 trillion every 100 days just to service the national debt. The money printer never sleeps. Yeah, the money printer never sleeps. And this is yet another thing that Trump was running on that's just like not really looking great, is that, we're going to, shrink the government spending. We're going to reduce national debt. And it's just continuing to go up effectively at the same rate. I mean, there could be. That's definitely more of something Bawdy could say. But if they continue to print it the way they are, especially if they start printing even more, then that's what drives these ridiculous prices. Is the constant printing and the government spending, which kind of artificially drives the economy.
Yes, I'm going to say the same on stocks, and then I'm not going to get too much into this. This is more like a body question, but I wouldn't be impressed even if Bitcoin goes to 200, 500K, because I just don't believe in it. So I don't care how high it goes. Should I capitalize on it and the fact that it is going up? And actually in 2016, when I was talking to a friend, and I think some of us have this story, and he told me about the Bitcoin, what it is, and it's $600, and I just said, it's so expensive. Well, look where we are today. But
how could you not have bought Bitcoin in like 2008, man? How'd you not know?
You know,
I actually so rich by now.
Yeah, dude, I actually have a friend. So he used to buy weed with Bitcoin and tip him like 50 Bitcoin. So yeah, I think we all have a friend or something. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. I don't know. Even if, say, you caught it early, but then you realize that, hey, this is transparent, it's not going to work, blah blah, and then you haven't bought into it, and then it did go up somehow. I don't know. Some things go up, and it just doesn't make sense why they're even such high price. But yeah, but it all takes me to this actually. So essentially, I thought that they're going to purchase Bitcoin. That's what I thought. That's what I thought the intention of the Bitcoin reserve is, and it's still quite insane that we have a Bitcoin reserve, that it all came so far. But essentially, the Bitcoin that they have in the reserve is the one that is confiscated, forfeited from criminal activity or not, depends on how you define criminal activity, I guess. But I like what Doug said. Boating accidents don't apply to Bitcoin. They don't. When the government wants to confiscate your Bitcoin and you claim you lost it, the government will surveil your addresses to see if you ever move it. So Monero people have been warning Bitcoiners about this for years. We are now seeing real world examples. And this is, I guess, the first real world example. So a man was held in contempt in federal court for refusing to surrender 119.65 Bitcoin. That's a lot of Bitcoin. That was subject to a seizure order. And he has to pay $10,000 for each day he doesn't comply. And here is the image of the United States District Court for the District of Puerto Rico. Juan Carlos Reynoso. And they even put the address. You can type this address and look what happened. Is the Bitcoin? That's crazy.
Look, I'm gonna pull that space and see how much is still in there.
Actually, I was thinking of doing it after. So yeah, so we can actually check to see if the Bitcoin is still there. Has it moved, or what happened? It's interesting. But with Monero, first. With Monero, if you say you have it, then obviously they know you do. But other than that, there's no way to know that you have Monero or what you've done with it. So that's the amazing part of it. I'm not encouraging criminal activities, of course, none of us is, but just from a privacy perspective, what if you're actually not a criminal? What if you're Edward Snowden, right? But you're a criminal now, and they want to seize your Bitcoin. Well, if you have Monero, that's going to be hard to happen, because you're just holding. It's better than even holding or hiding money under the floor or underneath the mattress. So you can only have a boat accident with Monero. Yes. Yeah, Monero is the ultimate accident. Monero is like the Atlantida that nobody has found and nobody will find.
This is just the U.S. trying to add to their reserve. That's it.
Yeah,
they want that juicy 120 BTC, man. And I mean, that's also why the pump didn't fully take off and it dumped. Now, there's definitely some insider stuff going on there, but also it didn't really continue up because Trump explicitly came out and said that we're not using taxpayer money to fund this reserve. So that's what speculators wanted taxpayer money to be used, because that would drive the price up further. But instead, it's just going to be through civil asset forfeiture, like we're seeing right here, yes. Which in some ways I almost think is worse, because regardless of whichever way they do it, it's going to ultimately be on the backs of taxpayer money, right? Whether they buy it themselves or they take from taxpayers. But doing the civil asset forfeiture way almost seems like worse because there's going to be a bigger emphasis and there's going to be a much greater motive for them to go after people who have Bitcoin or have crypto in general. So,
Yes.
but this will also highlight Monero and privacy on blockchain in general. So,
yeah, that's a really good point, actually. So now they have a big motive to go after you and your crypto and to criminalize you. And I guess
it's
now
all
I
just
know.
continuing to like steal your money to pay off the reckless debt that they created. That's all this is.
Yep. Yeah, I like the way you think about it. Yeah, and that's why in part of this reserve, there's XRP, right? I think because he did mention XRP, Ethereum, and all these other
Solana
cryptos.
even.
Yeah. So yeah, ANLOS. That's what Solana is if you spell it backwards. By the way, and that's what I think about it. But now you have your answer. Why all these? Why these specifically? Why XRP? Is it really that good? Why Solana? Is it really that good? Well, probably they're just, and they are very popular. So that's their way of obtaining it. Are we going to see other ones added in the future? Maybe Monero? I don't know. Maybe. Well, that's too hard for them. And with the next hard fork, it's going to be a lot harder for them to confiscate it or do whatever. So yeah, this was interesting. Moving on, Docker opens door to crypto hackers for Monero currency. Essentially, there was a vulnerability in its systems, CV 2019-5736. And so the Docker remote API is a great way to control your remote Docker host, including automating the deployment process and controlling the state of your containers. With this great power comes a great risk. If the control gets into the wrong hands, your entire network can be in danger. And that's what happened for about 400 to 3,800 Docker hosts, which were found to be potentially at risk. And most of the 400 hosts were already running a hack on Monero, an open source cryptocurrency. I think, and they say Monero is considered as desirable target precisely because it contains an obscure ledger, meaning that its transactions are difficult to trace for either a source or a destination. This design provides hackers with an opportunity to use Monero funds without getting detected. So yes, it is. So
yeah, I don't really. I don't know if Tux has insight into this. I actually just found this article Googling Monero before the show. I like to do that too, just to see if there's anything like popping up mainstream regarding Monero. And this article came up. It's from a couple of days ago. I haven't even seen it like really tweeted out much.
Yeah, I haven't seen this article in particular. This one's new, but
is it accurate? I mean, I don't really understand.
Probably. This is not unheard of before. It sounds like people are abusing I'd have to read through this to fully understand. Are they mining on these Docker composed containers?
We can go on the CV itself, and they have a lot of
that's
links.
what I'm not really understanding. Is it like they put? I don't think it's that they're mining. They make it sound like it's
go back
like,
to the title real quick.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Docker opens door to crypto hackers for Monero currency to exploit security glitch.
It's kind of poorly written article.
This does seem really,
it's written by somebody I think who really doesn't understand the issue at hand. Not saying, and because of that, I don't understand the issue at hand.
Yeah. For me, like it was.
There we go. That paragraph right there makes sense. Other programs have had problems with Monero code being surreptitiously installed for under-the-radar cryptocurrency mining, indication that this kind of cryptojack may be on the rise. That is not unheard of before. Like,
so it's
secured Kubernetes clusters have commonly been used to mine Monero because, for one, Monero, you have to use CPUs to mine Monero for one, and then for two, it's anonymous, right? So it's kind of the perfect thing if you're going to hijack a server to mine, you would want to get Monero.
Yeah, but is that what they're saying here is being done? I don't know, because that's something with they're hacking into. There's a vulnerability in Docker that's allowing them to put.
Yeah, it looks like they might be alluding to.
They're also talking about phishing campaigns, which people can do, and using botnets on those systems and stuff like that. So I'm not sure if they're referring to people now exploiting these Docker hosts to mine Monero, or to.
That is a possibility.
Or to extort them and ask payment in Monero through. I don't know. It's not a great piece, and I'm glad I'm not the only one that has issues and struggles with this. But.
All right, moving on. It's on our radar.
Yeah.
If anybody has
I'll have to
further
read through
insight.
that whole
I know.
article
I
to
feel like
speak about it.
Devrick, if he's, I doubt he's listening right now. He might have some good insight into this.
Well, I just yeah.
There's a lot of links. If you look up the CVE number of this specific exploit, there's a lot of links. So I don't know, maybe one has some more information, but let's move on to Cuprate. So we talked about Cuprate, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, but officially version 0.01 has been released. And just in case you haven't heard of Cuprate before, they're basically recreating the already existing Monero node software in a new language called Rust. It's programmed to follow the same consensus rules that the existing Monero node uses. It's essentially rewriting the same Monero node in a new language, clearing technical debt, and adding performance improvements along the way, since they can start from a clean slate. And you can go on their GitHub, track the progress, look into it. But yeah, it's moving, and it's amazing. Moving on, we have orangefren, and orangefren it's an exchange, and these are their stats for searches in February. XMR is 43%, which takes the most, and Bitcoin 24, Litecoin 12, Ethereum 6, and the lowest is Zcash at 0.22%. So why is Zcash last? I don't know. But yeah, Monero taking the leaderboards.
Oh, we actually asked that in the post. Why is Zcash last?
Then, so we talked about Elon Musk in kind of like the beginning of the show, mid-show, and I did want to mention the X outage a little bit, what happened, why it matters, and I still, even after reading this article and looking into it, I still don't know what happened. Allegedly, so they had a huge, massive cyber attack, which was so big that he even tweeted about it, and news outlets were on it, and things of that nature. It was a large-scale DDoS attack. It was very, very big, and we have a timeline right here of the events. So early morning, it started. 21,000 reports in the US and 10,000 in the UK. 9:30 kept going. More users reporting disruptions throughout the day, and then evening by 6:24 p.m. ET, it kind of just started to go down, and the platform was stabilizing. Now, from what I've seen, the attack was committed by a pro-Palestinian hacker group known as Darkstorm Team. I'm not sure if this is true. Sometimes hacker groups claim responsibility, but it's not actually them that have done it. Maybe it is them. I'm not sure, but yeah, they did have quite a big outage, and I'm just wondering why and what's the motive. And obviously, it depends on who has done it. Are people? I don't know. Is it specifically against Musk and what he's been doing, or I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Who did they say was the culprit? You
knows.
said
Maybe he does.
Pro-Palestinian.
Yeah,
that sounds like
interesting.
the perfect excuse to continue censoring
Let's
people.
see. Let's go to. Okay, we have a couple more.
Can you hear me, Tony?
Escuelita Bitcoin. Over 200 high school students aged 13 to 17 took their first step into the world of Bitcoin at Instituto Nuestra Señora del Rosario in Mendoza, Argentina, empowered by CakeWallet and sovereign tools for sovereign individuals shaping the next generation of financial freedom. So that's awesome to see. Here's a couple pictures. Yeah, CakeWallet is awesome. It's easy to use. It looks beautiful, which matters. And yeah, awesome team. It's amazing. So I really like this post a lot. Now, okay, I have two more. Let's go to this one. So Zed posted on X. He said, "Hey guys, why does the phrase the Monero community on X remind me of what's happening in this video?" Now, I don't think the same, but let's watch it anyway a little bit. Yeah, so that's a little funny video.
So yeah, did you see this guy's post?
Okay,
He's
and
saying,
let's see.
Tony.
"Hey Tony, can you hear me?
Tony.
Last
Tony.
news for this week. We have
Can Tony
Thomas
not
and
hear
Mason.
me?
Doug, you might have to help me out a little bit here. I did try to do my homework on him, and
Oh, okay. Yeah, just back to the previous story.
I don't think Tony hears us.
Yeah, I don't think Tony can hear it.
Tony. What is going on with you, my friend?
Copy paste omnibus this week. Why would I vote to continue the waste, fraud, and abuse Doge has found? We were told we were told the CR in December would get us to March when we would fight. Here we are in March, funding again. WTFO. Then somebody retweeted TikTok Tommy, and then he responded to that, and he said, someone thinks they can control my voting card by threatening my re-election. Guess what? Doesn't work on me. 3 times I've had a challenger who tried to be more MAGA than me, now boasted 25% because my constituents prefer transparency and principles over blind allegiance. And I did want to, I saw this picture and I wanted to show you guys, which is him and Russ Albrecht, which is good to see. So,
Tony, can you hear us?
Doc talking to you.
Hello.
Oh no, it's my. Wait, hold on.
Testing. Tony.
Hello.
Just let him
Hello.
go. Maybe he's got something.
1 sec.
I DM'd him.
Not sure what happened. That was really weird.
Okay, can you guys talk now?
Yeah, we're talking. Can you hear us?
Well, I can't hear anything. Hold on.
Yeah.
Tony's gone deaf. Oh no, guys.
Send him a Monero.
We need to create a
Talks
Kuno
chat.
for Tony so he can get his ears replaced.
Hello.
Hello.
Shit.
I know we are being picked up on stream and including Tony, so it's not on our side. Probably should just let him continue.
I guess just try to finish off, Tony. Obviously, you can't hear me right now, but I'm sending you my brainwaves.
Can you guys hear me or?
Yeah, I
don't know
hear
what
you.
happened.
Can you hear me? No. Super funny. Oh well, we're just gonna let Tony continue.
Tony is in fact unstoppable. Tony, go.
Okay, I guess you guys can hear me, but okay, that's confusing. Tony can be stopped though. He's too strong. Yeah, sorry, I didn't know you were talking. I'm sorry. But okay, let's go back. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, just last thing, and then I guess I'll mute myself so Doug and Tux can take over and talk about this too. God, use Linux. Yeah, I know. I switch between Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. Such a I should just be using Linux next time. But the thing is, like, I got my headphones to work with Windows, but I'll have to get it on Linux as well. Anyway, but yeah, so I do like this picture of Thomas Massie. I don't know much about him, and hopefully Doug can talk more about this post. But he seems to be, libertarian, I suppose. Yeah, I'm not sure what more to say about this, but yeah. So if Doug can talk about it, and this was the new section. So these were all the links for this week. And yeah, so I'm gonna mute myself for a bit now.
All right, thank you, Tony.
Alrighty. Yeah,
sure
Thomas Massie. Basically, I'm sure Tux, you saw this, right? Trump.
I did see this. Yep.
Went head to head with Massie.
Not looking good for Trump.
Yeah, that was unfortunate to see. Thomas Massie is the most principled congressman in office. I mean, I don't know, unless there's somebody else that I'm not aware of.
People were sharing around this image that was comparing Donald Trump versus Thomas Massie, and it's showing the IPAC money or like the Israeli lobby money, and Trump was like $234 billion, and Massie was 0. So
yeah, he doesn't have an APAC handler.
He does not. He might have a different handler, we don't know, but at least he doesn't have an APAC handler, that's for sure.
Exactly right. We don't know who his handler is if he has one, but he's basically going head to head with Trump right now, right? Because he wasn't on board with the bill that they were trying to pass.
The CR, yeah.
And so Trump basically calling out to primary him in the next race to try to get another Republican in. So yeah, unfortunate to see. He should be propping up Massie. Giving him more of a microphone, allowing him to help kind of dictate the broader path forward for MAGA, right? Let him help dictate the path and the policy, but instead he is trying to boot him from Congress. So that's unfortunate to say.
Yeah, he's one of the probably handful of people that are actually decent congressmen. So can't have that, right?
Yeah. And and that previous tweet, I don't know if Tony fully explained, but there was, I don't know if you saw that guy Zet basically tweeting saying if you can basically dox him, he'll give you, I think he put up 10 XMR. So he's causing some controversy.
I did not see that.
Yeah, and he's been putting up some lengthy posts. I started DMing with him, but he wrote me like a 10-minute long message, so I haven't responded to it. I will get back to you, Zet. I was trying to get him to come up on this show, but he wants to. I thought it would, if anything, it would help be a hint to help him get doxxed, if that's his goal. But basically, he played this obscure video, and he's trying to make the analogy saying that let's not be. Are we the equivalent of the tinfoil hats that went to check out Area 51, and we're not really, we're just drinking our own Kool-Aid here. He's basically saying like, Monero, there's a lot of people in Monero that talk a big game, but are they really private? Are they really capable of maintaining their anonymity? So he's offering himself as a target and wants to see if people can dox him. And then he's also, I think, mentioned he'll start trying to dox other people if they can't dox him or something. So this is pretty interesting. Tux, what do you think about this?
Interesting. We've got some field games for Monero.
Yeah, I'll DM him right now and see if we can get him to jump up on viewers on stage. I doubt he'll do it. But just wanted to get that story across. I thought that was interesting. I think he's making some good points overall. But yeah, I don't know if we want to see innocent people get doxxed.
Interesting.
So, but let's keep it moving. Let's get.
We have one more thing to share that wasn't brought up. That's really funny.
Oh, okay.
Let me go and share my screen instead. Oops, gotta pull this one down. There we go. So, Fluffy Pony tweeted this a couple days ago. He's watching the FBI show, and there was a Monero mention on it. So let's play this clip real quick.
This is Assistant Special Agent in Charge Jubal Valentine with the FBI. I see that you and your accomplices have taken over North Star 236. At this point, no one has been hurt. This can end now. All you have to do is stop the train. Who am I speaking with?
I'm not giving you my name.
Okay, then a pseudonym, so we can have a proper conversation.
Jamie.
Okay, Jamie. So why are you doing this?
What does anyone do anything in this country? We want money. We will email you
a wallet address to your tip line. We want $261 million in Monero.
untraceable crypto.
Untraceable crypto.
That's a pretty good. That's good.
Who's yelling in the?
That was Fluffy.
I didn't see this. This is fantastic. But like we said, this is probably how things are going to play out, right? So life imitates art. So and then next scene is them trying to pass the new Patriot Act.
Yep. He'll be like, it's evil.
The Matrix is real, folks. The Matrix is real.
All right. Well, yeah, I think that was it. It looks like Tony's still having issues with his.
Ernie C. Tip 50 cents. CakeWallet is fantastic.
Thank you, Ernie C. Appreciate the tip and the compliment.
I wonder if that's an Ernie C. I know that would be hilarious.
Thank you, Tony,
very
for
impressed.
coming up to the news, even though you can't hear us right now. Appreciate you as always. And I guess we'll go ahead and move on to the guest segment. Anything else you want to say, Doug?
No, let's get the guests up here. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by CakeWallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. CakeWallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right, Paranoia, what's going on, man?
Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, you sound great. Good
Nice.
connection.
Nice.
So yeah,
how-
give us
how's
the
it going?
lowdown, man. I'm very excited because I gave an intro in the beginning, letting people know. So Paranoia, you go ahead and introduce yourself, but I'll give you my quick perspective. He's primarily I think comes from the Bitcoin Cash side of things. Big Monero guy as well. He runs his own podcast. But he's also been working with us behind the scenes on Gratuitous. He's the one that got us hooked up in Colombia, found the farm. And it's actually been years now that he's been helping us out. And it was always with the goal of having him help us hand out the Monero tips that were coming in from the Colombian farmers. And Paranoia was able to do that just yesterday. He finally was able to arrange things, get over there. The reason we initially the reason why he selected this farm initially, because we thought that they would be open to us tipping their farmers. And yeah, so he's here today. He'll give us the lowdown. But yeah, Paranoia, go ahead. Fill in the blanks. What did I leave out?
Well, I'm not a Bitcoin Cash guy. I actually was a Bitcoiner before I became a Monero guy. But
Oh shit!
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I don't know why I thought that. I felt there was a Bitcoin Cash element in there at some
I
point.
changed my mind about Bitcoin Cash. Like I used to, like when I was like a Bitcoin maxi, I was on like the small block side, I guess, of the block wars. And then once I realized like Bitcoin was not living up to what I thought it should be, like as far as like being money and spendable and usable, I started studying Bitcoin's privacy as well, and then kind of just jumped ship and became a Monero guy. It just made a lot more sense to me. So, but
Fantastic.
yeah, but
we've been talking now for years, right? With
it's been 2 years, because yesterday I was talking to Bernardo, who's the guy that I know from the farm, and he was saying that it's been a little over 2 years that you guys have been buying coffee from him. So yeah.
Yeah, and the coffee's been going slow and steady. I do want to try to ramp things up again, guys. Please do consider buying some Gratuitous. I don't talk about it enough, and part of the reason was I wanted to make sure we got this tipping thing going so that we were like living up to what we were saying. So I was always a little nervous about that, but because we had that going well in Guatemala and we had it all hooked up, and Colombia we were just hoping to eventually get it going, and Paranoia, I got it done. So I'm very, very thankful for that and excited. And now I feel like we can, promote Gratuitous even more. So things are fully hooked up now. Buy coffee with Monero. If you're a coffee drinker, you drink coffee every day, you might as well use Monero to buy it, right? Help the circular economy. And then in addition, with Gratuitous coffee, you can tip the farmers that help produce this coffee. Obviously, we don't have it set up where like a tip goes out to everybody that participated in the process and everybody that picked the beans, but Paranoia will get into that. I think there's like 13 people that walked away with Monero wallets. They were given all the tips that were required up until this date. And then we're going to now, thereafter, any tips that come in will be evenly split and sent to these 13 people that have, I believe, been onboarded to Monero and educated on Monero. Paranoia, tell us all.
It was
about
actually less. It was like 9 guys.
Okay.
That I met yesterday at the coffee farm,
Perfect.
the workers.
Perfect.
So yeah, I don't know if some of them weren't there or what, but I went out there. It's like 3.5 hours from my house. It was an amazingly rural part of Colombia. Like the little town that they live in is only like 6,000 people. It's like a little coffee farmer town, and it's surrounded by coffee farms like outside of the town. So I went way.
I really wanted to go, man. There's still There's still
we can always go again.
There's next steps.
Yeah.
There's next steps that can be done. But go ahead.
Yeah, whenever you want to go out there, we can go out there. I'm sure Bernardo would be thrilled to meet you. It was super cool, man. Like it's so rural. Like it's just up in the mountains, like in the middle of nowhere. Like we had to take like a truck because the road is like just all like dirt, and it's been raining a lot, so it's just like muddy. And like my car wouldn't make it out there. I had to leave my car in the town, and then they picked me up, and we went out there in like one of their coffee trucks. And the farm is pretty big. They have 120,000 plants of coffee.
Wow.
So that's huge. And they like the guys there.
How many like acres? How many acres is that?
Oh, I don't know. It's huge. It's like a whole mountainside.
No shit.
Yeah,
That's like the one in Guatemala. How many plants did you say?
120,000 coffee plants.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like two farms, but like
that's tremendous.
We couldn't go to because like the road was rained out. Like there was a mudslide to get to the other farm. So I went to like the closer one. But yeah, it was super cool. Amazingly beautiful. Like, you know,
what's the elevation? You know the elevation approximately?
It's like 2,700 meters. So I don't know.
2,700 meters.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's like 7,000 feet.
Yeah. It's not like super high because like Colombia's got huge mountains, but it's in like the sweet spot for coffee cultivation, which is why their coffee is so good. Like their coffee's won awards and stuff. So
yeah.
I mean,
that's
like the people that buy it,
pretty,
what kind of feedback do they give you in regards to the coffee?
Yeah, people love it. I love the coffee. I'm drinking it right now. I drink it every day.
Nice. Yeah, I just had a cup too.
It's good, man. It's definitely better than anything you're getting at freaking, Dunkin' Donuts or fucking, obviously Starbucks is, they obviously they have some good coffees, but they mostly burn their beans, try to like just have a consistent flavor.
So I got some videos like of the place. Like I'm going to edit them together and make like an actual video, but if you want, I can try and like show one right now.
Yes, please do, man. Please do. Please.
All right. How would I do that? I'm kind of technically illiterate.
If you do present. Yeah, okay. And then you can pick your
video file.
Okay, video file, and then hold on one second. So,
fantastic.
Yeah, I'll show you a couple of them. Like here's Bernardo. This is Bernardo, who we've been talking to for over 2 years.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Floración, vea, esta es la floración en el café. Este ya abrió flor, y aquí se está formando el grano, y ya son granos de otra floración anterior, que ya van un poquito grandecitos. ¿Ve? Tenemos preparación, flor, granos, ya café grueso ahorita para la cosecha. Esta ya es flor seca, ya secó la flor, ya se está formando el granito.
¿Y cuántas veces al año sacan café?
Pues la producción es continua, sino que hay una temporada en lo que es abril y mayo es la cosecha principal. Octubre y noviembre es una cosecha menor que se llama la mitaca. Sí. Pero todo el año hay graneos, pero hay dos centros de cosecha.
And then there's two seasons where like they really
octubre, noviembre y parte de diciembre. De resto se recogen graneos que se llaman.
So I'll subtitle this so when people see the video, like they can understand what's going on.
Fantastic. Yeah, when is the best time to go? Because there's basically two harvests, right?
Yeah, he said like May, June is one of them. I think that's the bigger one of the two, and then there's another one like in November, December. Mm-hmm. But it's year round. Like they get coffee year round. But yeah, this is like the farm itself here. He's like showing me around.
Por supuesto.
Maybe this becomes our next Monerotopia. I don't know. If we could get it going, man. I mean, that's obviously the goal, right? Start getting these guys tips. Do you think there's any pathway to getting it to, the point where maybe like the local store in town is willing to accept Monero?
Yeah, I think so, but I would have to like go out there and do like a meetup or something and like kind of like convince them why they should accept Monero. Like it's so rural out there. Like it was hard to get, like I had to get them to come to town to like download the CakeWallet.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Where the farm is, like there's no internet, So
maybe
like,
we got to get them a satellite.
Yeah, if they had like a Starlink or something, but
Starlink.
Like it's I don't know how to explain it. It's just like another world, like they're just out in the
which is
middle
beautiful.
Of nowhere.
That's fucking fantastic, man. In a lot of ways, that's that's a beautiful lifestyle. And you know, it still works in terms of what we're saying, right? Because I mean, I guess I'm sure most of these guys end up going back to town at some point, right? They all go into town, right?
Yeah,
right?
They go into town every single day. I think most of them live in town. Like there's a couple of them.
So yeah,
live,
if we could get it, right, we get to the point where you know they can roll into town, and then with their CakeWallet, they can go into the store and spend some Monero if they want. That would be freaking awesome. Yeah, that would be kind of the dream, and then we can kind of get a little bit of a circular economy going and really promote the tipping on this end. Because it's like, why not, man?
That town's super small, right? So it's like you onboard 2 or 3 stores in the town. Like that's probably like half the stores in the town.
Mm-hmm. And then, you know, ideally it gets to the point where the person receiving the Monero at the general store is keeping it, right? And then maybe, you know, their Monero is spreading from there to other people in the town. So it is, obviously that would be the dream. How did it go with the tipping? Do you have any videos of like with the people? Like,
yeah, I got videos of like them showing me like the coffee process. Like there's a video of me like explaining Monero to them, but I don't want to show it because I don't want to like dox myself right now. So I'm gonna like edit my face out. Yeah.
Okay.
But I can show you some videos of like the actual like coffee, like them weighing it.
Yeah.
Harvesting. Yeah. All right, hold on 1 second. Let me do I have to get rid of that other video? Or how does that work?
Yes. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I think you can.
Tux just brought that up.
Okay. Let me do another video file. Hold on. So I think this one here. Okay, so that's where they take like the actual like bean, flesh of the bean, because it's like a little berry, you know, it has like a red fruit, and then they like take the like fruit part of it off, and the pit is like the coffee bean, right?
Yeah, this process I could see already is a lot. Oh, I'll speak after.
Yeah, so these guys those are 25 kilo bags.
75.
Like that day, so they're going to weigh
25 y 25 más o no?
Más o menos cada cual 25, 30 kilos. Vamos a ver qué tanto me peleé en este.
¿Qué tal?
So that's how they weigh it.
27 ya.
So that one's 27 kilos.
Uy, bastante.
And they were saying like 25 kilos, like it's really not that much. Like when it's the actual like season, like in May or June, like they'll pick 75 kilos a day each.
Oh wow. Each farmer will pick 75 kilos? Each like harvester? Wow.
Yeah. Each of these guys here, like this is like at the end of the day. I don't know, this is like 3 or 4 in the afternoon. And they were like bringing what they had picked that day. So each one of them picked 25 kilos that day.
That's
So then they put it in there and it gets fed down like to the other pit that's underneath. And they'll like put it through the machine to like take the red part off the bean, and then they dry it.
Yeah, do they dry it in the sun?
Yeah, they dry it on the roof. I don't know if I got a video or a picture of it, but I'll show you in just a second.
Señores trabajadores, voy a pedirle un favor.
You kind of see like the landscape here.
Sí, lo regalaron los 10 o 15 minuticos.
Porfa, ahorita.
Puede ser abajo en el comedor.
Atención, ahí en el comedor.
Listo. Lo que pasa es que el señor nos ha comprado café de la finca, entonces él quería pues como conocer cómo es el proceso, conocer los recolectores, entonces quería pues como toda esa parte de...
Eso es la verdad. Tengo un amigo que vive en los Estados Unidos que está comprando 50 kilos de café verde de acá y tiene como para rostizarlo allá, pero lo vende y él me pidió que si pueda venir aquí a entrevistar a ustedes y esa vaina, entonces... Muchísimas gracias por tu tiempo.
I was telling him I had a friend in the U.S. that's buying coffee.
Por supuesto. Nice. Sí, eso. Pues entonces, muchas gracias por tu tiempo. Yo sé que están cansados después de trabajar todo el día. No te ocupo mucho tiempo. Muchísimas gracias.
So yeah, man, I went out there. I bought them all hamburgers and beers and sodas and shit, and then they got lunch. I divvied up the tips for them and kind of explained how they could use them. I told them how they could get a crypto debit card if they wanted to like convert it to pesos, and yeah, showed them like a couple gift card options like here.
Oh, it's amazing.
Use, yeah.
What was kind of their response? And all of them were like putting it on their phones or downloading. What were they? They were downloading CakeWallet or whatever.
Yeah, like we couldn't do it here. Like I said, we had to go back to the town to like get them the wallets because there was no reception out here in the farm. But yeah, they downloaded it and I don't know like what their response was. I think it was kind of a novelty to them because they're not really, I mean, you can see they're not like super technical. You know, they have phones and stuff, but these guys are like, you know, workers, like they work out in nature, you know, on the mountainside.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
I've been through this with the guys in Guatemala, so I know. That's why I'm curious what kind of response. And so, but they all successfully were like getting it on their phones, like they were.
Yeah, I had to explain like how and like to save your seed and all that kind of thing, you know. But yeah, they were able to put it on their phones and yeah, they got their Monero, and they were overjoyed because like these guys, I think they make like 50,000 pesos a day, more or less. And after splitting it up among them, they got over 100,000 pesos each, like I guess of Monero, right? So it's
the
equivalent of like 2 days of work.
Oh wow, okay.
The tips, yeah,
that's
for
fantastic.
each of them. So yeah, they were stoked about it. They were super happy.
That is fantastic. And then if hopefully, you know, and as they hold it, you know, they'll see it go up in value too, right? You know, depending on what they do. So that will turn them on to it too. That's great. So yeah, guys, anybody that's listening, please do go consider ordering a bag of gratuitous. I think we do need to put another order in soon to get a fresh batch.
Yeah, just let me know. And I will let them know, and they will get started on picking it for you.
Fantastic.
Do you guys want me to show one more video?
Yeah. Please do.
Okay, I think I got one of.
And the process that I'm seeing there. So was it a wet process? That thing that they're dumping it into. Where's the thing go?
It feeds down. Like there's like a there's like a tube right at the bottom of that thing where they're dumping it in, and it feeds down to the room. Like I don't know if you saw it like earlier in the video. There's like that room with the yellow bars on the window. Like that room is underneath where they were dumping that stuff in. So it feeds down through a tube, and it goes into this machine, and then it will like press the beans through the machine, and it like scrapes off all the like flesh of the fruit, and then it just leaves the beans. Let me see. Let me check.
Yeah. So that one, the one in Guatemala was the one in Guatemala. It was big. They had a big operation. They had like a whole wet process, and like the beans would like kind of flow down, like with water, it would flow down, and like they'd clean them, and it was a whole thing. This looks more rudimentary, which is better. The less processing, the better. So I like that. And then and then they were drying it out in the sun.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm like, I got a bunch of videos, so I'm trying to look through them real quick to find the one where it shows like how they're drying it, because they have like a section on the roof of the farm where they like have the coffee drying. But hold on,
fantastic! I can't believe 70 kilos a day. That's a lot of freaking coffee to be carrying back and forth. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah. So let me see if this is it. Huh. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to watch this to see if this is the one that shows the drying.
I don't know, man. If my ankle wasn't shot, that'd be kind of a dream of mine. Just having a little coffee farm out there and harvesting coffee every day. Just hiking through the hills every day.
They're in a very, very beautiful place.
Yeah, I'm sure it must be gorgeous.
Yeah,
kind of untouched.
I think this one is the one that has the drying. Yeah, it is. The third video.
El municipio de Génova, Quindío, en la vereda San Juan.
So that's the view, like from their little balcony here, and then down there is how they dry the coffee there. And then like the two big ones with like the yellow coffee right there are like the export coffee, and then the coffee that's there like in the corner that's not as yellow is like what they use to make tinto, which is like the Colombian coffee that's I guess made out of all like the reject coffee beans that they don't export.
Right. The gold, the oro or something they call it, the gold coffee.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, that's all coffee that they're drying out right there that they're going to bag up and export.
Fantastic, man. I definitely want to make it over there. Yeah, maybe get things going. Who knows? Maybe we get a little kind of like we have in Argentina, right? And Iberete. Maybe we can make this a little Monero node, right?
Yeah, it'd be super cool
over here. Yeah, it'd be freaking awesome. That'd be freaking awesome. And then we could just ramp up as more people, because we could scale up. They could provide us a decent amount of coffee, right?
Yeah, I mean they have like a whole mountainside of coffee.
Yeah, so as we scale it up, I'm trying to get the supermarket over here in Queens. The guy is more than willing to let us put it on his shelves. So even something small like that could become a steady supply for steady orders to come in.
Yeah, is that the grocery store that accepts Monero?
Yes.
Okay.
I saw you. Yeah.
I saw you posting about that not that long ago.
Yeah, so he's willing to sell the coffee on a shelf. So I guess he would pay me in Monero for the coffee to put it on the shelves, or I don't know how he wants to do it, but just the fact that he's willing to get it going, because that'd be good, because then we could have a more consistent order and supply.
Yeah, having it in a store would be huge, because then you'd develop like customers that would buy it every week.
Exactly. And we have a decent, people buy like a couple of bags a week, I think, right now steadily from us, but we definitely want to ramp that up. So yeah, anybody that drinks coffee, guys, grab some gratuitous. It's roasted on demand. Neil, we have it shipped up from Colombia, raw, green, and then it gets roasted on demand here. And so, yeah, it's good stuff.
So this guy unknown here is asking questions. You can grow herb there. I don't think these guys grow herb because they grow coffee, but it grows in the same climate. And then what else does he say?
Can they grow tobacco?
Can they grow tobacco? I don't know about tobacco. I think it may be like too jungly or rainy. Like doesn't tobacco like grow in the US?
Yep.
Like that kind of climate. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then do they do cocoa after hours? No, those guys they drink coffee, man. They invited me to a bunch of cups of coffee the whole time I was there.
It must have been fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like Doug's kind of place.
Oh my God. Yeah. I'll be making my way there. Yeah, we talked about maybe adding chocolate, right? You have maybe we could add chocolate, start getting that.
Yeah.
That would be awesome, actually.
Yeah, we get some dark chocolate produced direct from the farm. That would be freaking.
I probably eat too much dark chocolate.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the way chocolate grows? It's like a fruit.
Yeah.
And it's like the seeds of a fruit. Yeah.
Like a cow. It's like this giant.
A hard shell.
It looks kind of nasty inside, to be honest.
Yeah.
The fruit's actually not that bad from what I've been told. I've never tried it myself, but
I've had it. Yeah.
People say it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
it's good.
Yeah, I'll try and source you some chocolate, and then Sunita was asking about macadamia oil.
Oh yeah, like macadamia nut oil, because we were getting that near a place near the farm where we were getting the coffee in Guatemala. There was a macadamia nut farm, and they were producing the oil.
Yeah, I've never seen the oil here personally, but I do see them selling macadamia nuts everywhere, like at the market.
It's nice for your skin. It's good stuff.
Cool. Well, I will ask around and try and find some for you.
Yeah, man. I know we were talking too. Like, you were looking like there are obviously plots of land to buy, right? There's like good like like coffee that that's being produced.
Yeah, if you wanted to buy a coffee farm, you could do it, because like coffee farming here is not like super industrial. It's more like mom and pops. Like these guys are like a family, that has hired like the guys that you saw picking the coffee. They're like employees, and it's pretty much just like family run. and it's just this farm and the other farm that they have, and then like their neighbors are a different family that grow coffee also, you know.
Maybe we get who's ever posting land for sale there. We get them to post it on XMR Bazaar, see if they get a taker.
Yeah, I mean,
fantastic.
I'm sure we could. Like, there's people selling.
Yeah, it's like, why not? They'll see. Yeah, maybe they're right. Do you think somebody there would be willing to accept like Monero for payment, and then they had the means to, you know, whatever, exchange it, hook it up, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like if they have Monero, like if I tell them like how they can convert it, like it's doable for sure. The thing is, like, a lot of people are distrustful of cryptocurrency here. Like, there's been a lot of like pyramid schemes and scams and stuff like that. So your average person kind of like, I mean, they know about crypto, but they're like, I don't know about crypto, you know, like, because they know someone that's been scammed or
yeah.
There's
it's
like a lot of
because there were so many freaking scams.
Yeah, like especially here, there's just like pyramid schemes where like they'll be like, oh, like we have a trading bot and we'll give you like 1% a day or whatever, you know, like BitConnect, but it's not. Right. It's like a different pyramid scheme that they do here, but there's like lots of them. So like a lot of people have invested, and like if you get in early, like you'll get paid back. But if you're like getting in at the end when it implodes, then you lose all your money. So like some people have made money, and then like what the pyramid schemes will do is like they'll tell people like, oh, like, you know, for every person you bring us, you'll get like $20 or $50 or something. So like they'll bring like, you know, 10 friends and family members in, and then everybody ends up getting scammed, and then they think negatively about crypto when it's not even.
Yeah, they just think crypto is a new version of a pyramid scheme, and some of it is, right. So they are right. Yeah. Unfortunately, some of it is. And here you are trying to teach them about Monero, it's the real one. It's like, okay, all right, yeah, all right, bro. Yeah, I mean,
a lot of people, it's probably like them hearing that's probably like, oh yeah, this one, yeah, this is the real one.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And then like the other thing is like most people are only familiar with Bitcoin. Like maybe they'll know about Ethereum.
Yeah, well, so that's what we got to change. The other idea too we were talking about is just maybe trying to get the word out on XMR Bazaar in general. You know, in Colombia, like get people to know that that's a place where you can go and earn Monero KYC free, working remotely, right? Doing consulting.
Yeah. I think the remote work thing would be huge because lots of people that live here work remotely, like for companies from the US or like Europe or, you know, elsewhere where they pay in dollars or euros. And then they live here and they live comfortably and spend in pesos. But a lot of them will get paid in like Tether, like USDT, just because it's like instant and cheaper than trying to send it through a bank and have to pay fees and wait days.
Yeah, that's probably, like you were saying, that's probably where you're seeing the most organic adoption in terms of people using crypto in Colombia, right? Is people that are working for it and earning it.
Yeah, people earn Tether and then they'll like put it on their crypto debit card. Like there's a few different crypto debit cards here that people use.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. So yeah, no, it was awesome, man. Like I drove out there. It was like I said, like a 3-hour drive. The scenery was absolutely amazing. I stayed out there for a couple hours, hung out with the coffee guys, and then headed back home. But I did take some videos like I showed you, and I'm going to edit them together and try to make like a cool little video so you can share it and promote Gratuitas and let people see where the coffee's coming from.
Awesome, brother. Greatly appreciate it, man. I'm glad we were finally able to make it. I knew it always would eventually happen, but I know, you know, thank you for taking the time out of your day. I mean, this really took an entire day to drive all the way over there. Thanks for hooking us up with the farm in the first place, and really allowing us to keep this going, man, because it would have died because the Guatemala thing wasn't working out. But yeah, this seems to be working out nicely. So greatly appreciate
and then
that, man.
This is like in the coffee, the Eje Cafetero is what it's called. It's like the coffee region of Colombia. There's 3 states that are in the Eje Cafetero that are like coffee producing states. This is Quindío, which is one of them. The other departamento is Caldas, and then the third one is Risaralda. So like there's 3 coffee capitals, like 3 cities that are like the coffee capitals, right? There's Armenia, Pereira, and Manizales. And these guys are like an hour and a half outside of Armenia in Quindío. So
how far? An hour and a half?
Yeah, it's like an hour and a half outside of the city. Yeah,
from the they're like kind of their local capital. Wow.
Yeah, they're the capital of their departamento. Like a departamento is like a state in the U.S.
Yeah. It's kind of like Formosa, and then there's Iberete. They're like, like 2 hours outside of Formosa City. Yeah, that's cool. And what is and that must be a beautiful town, like the capital, that little
Armenia is cool. Yeah, it's a small little town. I don't think it's like very many people, but it is very pretty. Like the little centro has like a cathedral. There's like a park. It's a little bit warmer than where I live. Like the weather's a little bit warmer. Like where I live, it's a little bit colder. So it was kind of nice to go check it out. But like their little town though that they live in is called Genova, and Genova is like, it's picturesque. Like it looks like a movie or something. Like it's so small, and like, like there's like a little park and like a cathedral, and like everybody from the town is like walking around with their kids and like pushing strollers in the park and all that kind of thing. So it was super cool to go see like the traditional coffee producer village.
Yeah, if we get somebody to like put up Airbnbs in that area, and you can go hang out in Monero Coffee Town.
Yeah.
Go to the
and
Monero
then you can do
farm.
like coffee tours and all that.
Yeah.
Like,
Go to the Monero Coffee farm. And then, if you get like one or two of the local places to accept Monero, then you're doing well, right? If you get your breakfast in Monero, go to the general store for Monero.
Yeah, and then that area, like their little town is like kind of, it's like an hour and a half from the city, like I said. But that area, there's like lots of stuff to do. Like there's the Parque del Café, which is like an amusement park. There's like a zoo called like Ukumari that has a bunch of like crazy animals. There's a bunch of like hiking and like river rafting and like outdoorsy kind of stuff to do. So
dude,
it's a cool little area.
I would love to go down there. Yeah,
you should
bring my older daughter. That'd be fun. Oh my god.
Yeah. Do you guys speak any Spanish?
My wife does.
Okay,
my wife
cool.
does. So
yeah, so you got a translator.
I'm kind of lost. I'm definitely very much gringo. She's like my she's my passport into Latin America. As long as I have Sunita by my side, they put up with my gringo-ness.
Nice. I have a question for you. Are you raising your newborn that you just had as a bilingual child? Is she speaking Spanish to your child?
I'm trying to encourage her to only speak Spanish to the baby.
Nice.
That's my first one. My wife at the time was Polish, and so she only spoke Polish. And
wow.
Now my first child is completely fluent in Polish. So
that's awesome.
that's definitely the way to go, because they'll naturally pick up the other English, no problem. Like we were a little worried with the first one because there was at some point, they're literally learning both languages at the same time, so they're choosing which one that they want to default to.
Yeah.
But no, it worked out fine, and then it just really made it very simple for her to pick up as a second language. So trying to do the same.
Nice. Yeah, I did that with my son, and he's 7 now, but he's like totally fluent. He speaks Spanish better than I do, and English as well as I do.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. All right, buddy. Any other info you want to get out there regards to things you got going on? I know you're always.
Can I plug my podcast?
You could plug whatever you want, man.
All right, cool. Well, my podcast is the Outlaw Crypto Podcast, and Doug is going to be my guest next week. So I will be publishing that. I don't know, sometime next week, probably like Friday or so. And keep an eye out for that.
Oh, you got the super chat from Soli, tip 50 cents. I would definitely buy chocolate weekly.
Nice. Well, let me try and find some good chocolate. I was talking to Doug.
Just before I lose thought, we got to get you to make an XMRChat account.
Oh, I have one.
People could. Oh, you do? Cool.
Yeah.
Let the people know, because that's a good way. I've seen podcasters now use it. Even if they're not doing live, they'll take questions that are sent in and then
yeah,
they
I
answer
should
them on
do
the
that. I don't know
podcast.
why I don't
It's
do
actually
that.
a good yeah.
My XMRChat is outlaw_crypto.
Sweet. So send your super chats to Paranoia at outlaw_crypto.
Yeah, but back to the chocolate. I'm trying to find, Doug, some dark chocolate that's 90%, and then there's 70%, and then there's like 50%. And I think like the 50% is more like milk chocolate.
Yeah,
it's sweeter.
Max out on the cacao for me. Yeah, the highest you can find. I think in general, right? That's what
I can
people
find
want.
90. I think is
they
like
want those
the
flavonoids.
most. Yeah.
Okay.
That's like the one that tastes like cooking chocolate or something. It's like
90 is still good. Even you get that 10%. And yeah, what is the style of their chocolate? Because in Guatemala, I actually know. It was Guatemala. Yeah, the chocolate, the way they the form that you get it in isn't like traditionally like a chocolate bar that you're used to here.
Okay. Yeah, here I've seen it like as bars.
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. And then I don't know like how much they weigh or whatever, but they're like, decent sized candy bars, like the size of a phone or something.
Yeah, I mean that's something I think a lot of people would buy. A lot of people, like eating chocolate daily, dark chocolate. It's definitely healthy.
Indeed. And then also, you can get the raw cacao. So I don't know if you want that, but like I know for a fact like they sell raw cacao. Like you can buy like a big old bag of it.
Yeah, I guess. That's. I don't know what. Does that like have to preserve? I don't know how well that preserves.
It's like dry. It's like coffee beans or something.
Yeah,
it's like dry. So like
I've gotten them and just like chewed on them. You could get them like even at like Whole Foods. You could get them. Do you eat them? Do you like?
No, I don't. But I see them like at the market. Like there's a market here like in the middle of my city, and that's like where all the like agricultural products like get brought from the farms outside of the city, and people like sell it. So I've seen like there's like a section of the market where it's like one business after another just selling like raw cacao.
Do you think if you got some people at the market onto XMR Bazaar, they'd be willing to ship stuff out? I guess it depends on what it is.
Yeah, I don't know like if it's cost effective is the only problem, is because like if you're only selling something that's like I don't know like $5 or $10 and the shipping's like 30, it's kind of like a Bitcoin fee, right?
Yeah, I mean, people might be willing to pay. It might be worth it. It may not be, because that could be a way we get it off the ground too, right? So just get them doing it on their own. Like sell your chocolate on XMR Bazaar and see if the economics make sense to them. They got to price it at a point where it makes sense with shipping. But people might still be worth it. Like getting Parmesan from Italy directly.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's probably worth it. I just got a piece of Parmesan from Whole Foods yesterday, and I've gotten it many times in the past, and they, it's the real like Parm, but it just was not good.
Not on the same level as
it was not on the same level. Yeah, not all Parm is the same. They're not all coming from the same farms. And like when you start to get like, like a big store that needs like a lot of it mass produced, you're probably not getting the same quality as if you get things local.
Yeah,
direct from source.
I can see that. Italy has that like slow food thing going on too, where like they try to like handcraft everything in like the highest quality way, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you could find some fantastic food in Italy. Oh my God.
They're requesting cocoa leaves. But I don't
leaves. I don't know. That might be a little.
We can export those. That might be a little bit of a problem.
Is there? It's not processed yet. Just the leaves. I don't know.
Here, the leaves are legal. I think like the problem would be on your end.
Yeah, probably.
Because like here, like you can buy like the leaves.
I mean, it is XMR Bazaar. If somebody posts, as long as it's legal in their jurisdiction, and I guess they have to determine if they can ship it. Oh boy.
Yeah.
What do cocoa leaves do exactly?
Well, for here, like people use them for altitude sickness because the mountains are so high. Like you can get altitude sickness from being like up in the mountains, right? So like what people will do is make tea with them, and then they drink the tea, and it like instantly like alleviates your altitude sickness.
Wow.
Yeah. So like traditionally, like the people that are like farmers that like these coffee farmer guys would be chewing cocoa leaves like for the altitude, or drinking tea.
Yeah, coca as in like cocaine.
Yeah, but the leaves aren't like a drug, right? It's like coffee or something. It's not like addictive, and they're actually like good for you. Like there's like
like a lot of like like you said, the farmers will just chew on them, right? Like as
yeah.
hiking.
So,
dude, I want to
one thing. Like
I want to go there and just like work on the farm for a week.
Dude, I'm sure they would let you do that
and hike through the mountains. Oh my god,
they probably would get a kick out of watching the gringo work.
It'd be fun though.
If you want to go out there and pick coffee, man, I'll tell Bernardo you're coming.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to belittle the work. But
you up a hammock.
to do it for as a job, obviously that'd be difficult. But for like a week, that'd be a great adventure.
Yeah. Let me talk to him, man. Like maybe he'd be interested in doing like a coffee tour for you when you come out here.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, man. We'll leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Indeed.
Thanks
for having me on the show.
Of course. Anytime you want to come up and get the word out on anything you're working on, your open invite. You just let me know.
Cool.
And I'll see you next week on your show.
Indeed. Thank you for accepting the interview. Looking forward to it, and we'll talk soon. And Tux, thanks for having me on the show.
Yeah, it's cool to meet you, man. Great to talk to you. Very cool that you went out there, saw the farmers and stuff. Appreciate the work you're doing.
Indeed. Well, take care, guys.
All right, brother. Yep, we'll be in touch. And hopefully, maybe we get him to come to the next Monerotopia too. Paranoia.
Oh yeah, I'm planning. I'll be there for sure.
Yeah, fantastic.
I want to go down to Argentina too, to the Monero town.
Yes.
Like I personally love Argentina. I've been there like 3 or 4 times, and it's one of my favorite places on earth, like country-wise, because I love the food.
Yeah.
Right? So
I love it too. Oh my god.
I can go eat choripanes and bife de chorizos with the guys in Formosa. That'd be awesome.
But Colombia is nice, man. I mean, what do you think?
I love Colombia. Yeah, I live here, but I like visiting Argentina. Like the steak is better in Argentina than Colombia, I would say. But I mean, you can get a good steak here. You could get Argentina steak here,
Yeah.
If you're in,
I mean, you could get a lot of good quality food in Colombia, right? Where it's coming from like farms.
Oh yeah,
like
the food here is amazing.
Yeah,
it's super cheap too. Like especially where I live, like I'm surrounded by farms, like outside of the city. So like produce and stuff is like so cheap. Like you could go drop like $20 and get like a month's worth of produce.
Fucking awesome.
Yeah.
All right, brother. We will be in touch. Let's move it along. We'll do viewers on stage. Paranoia, thank you so much, man.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
Super chat.
Come on
Bishop
down.
tip 25 cents. Uh-oh, what in the world just happened?
Oh shit! I think I might have changed that. Hold on.
Switching gears here, guys. This is Monero talking.
Keep going. Well, I'm trying to find a video clip, and I think I see what I can do here. Okay, go ahead.
Harold Bishop tipped 25 cents. I need to get some producer's coffee. Great work, guys. Thank you, Harold Bishop. Yeah, it is good coffee. Now, I myself don't drink coffee, but I bought some for my mom a couple years ago, and she liked it a lot. It was the best coffee she'd ever had, so she continued drinking it for like a year.
Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff, and especially you can see where it's coming from. Hold on, apologies. I'm switching. I wanted to see if I could play the gratuitous ad. I'm gonna quickly play it. Haven't played this in a long time, and then we're gonna need a new ad because this is from the Guatemala. But just to get the word out here, here we go.
Do you love coffee and Monero as much as we do? Consider making gratuitous.org your daily cup. Pay with Monero for premium fresh beans, and if you like what you taste, send a digital cash tip directly to the Guatemalan farmers that made it possible. Proceeds help us grow this channel, Gratuitous, and Monero.
All right, oldie but goodie. We're gonna have to update that commercial, make the Colombia version. Sunita and I will have to go down there, hike through the mountains, make a new commercial.
You should.
I would love to do that. We will. We're gonna do it. We definitely will do it. Who else we got here? We got Alaska. What's going on, man?
Good to see you guys.
Where does Alaska get all these? Every week he's got a new Monero shirt.
Yeah.
My wife made this one.
Really?
Really?
She makes a lot of shirts. So.
Wow.
What's going on that shirt? I don't know if I fully appreciate what's going
coffee? On. Yeah. Appropriate.
Fueled by coffee. Nice.
And my tagline this week is XMR is pegged to coffee and crack. So.
It's pegged to Colombian coffee and coca leaves.
What you call the black market, I call the free market. Everything just happens to be black in the black market, you know, like.
One of my favorite things about Monero, like the memes, is that it's a cocaine-backed stablecoin.
But the thing is like the best advertisement you could possibly have that your crypto works is that you can buy crack with it. You know, like if it's actually free money, then you should be able to buy crack with it. So, you know, I'll wear it like a badge of honor.
It's more stable being backed by crack than an algorithmic stablecoin.
It truly is, because if your idea of stable is pegged to the US dollar, you're not doing it right. One of the things that I wanted to point out too, though, on that exact same topic, is the commodities in Alaska continue to be the first things that are being more and more pegged to Monero. My biggest hurdle is trying to get the products out of Alaska into like the lower 48 and Canada markets, because it's very remote, but you can buy pretty much any real commodity for Monero in Alaska. Like you can get gold, you can get food, you can get all kinds of stuff like that. And most people's struggle is to get in and out of the banking system with Monero because they're paranoid, don't trust KYC, anything. I mean, these are the same people who they try to keep everything in cash and they don't like to use the banks for the dollar. So if they want to trade their dollars for Monero, I mean, they're already onboarding to this idea of, oh, I'll just sell my stuff in Monero, you know? So I see that the commodities market entering the Monero ecosystem faster around here. And that's kind of what you want anyway. So it feels to me like Monero has the most organic, real stuff to Monero ecosystem. And that just could be because I push it so hard. But at the same time, you see it at Monerotopia. You see it for if you want to buy real goods or services online, Monero is always an option.
There's a lot of illegal gold mines here in Colombia. I wonder if they'd take Monero for their gold.
Oh my God, that'd be.
I'll buy some illegal Colombian gold. I'm down for Monero. Yeah, let's do it.
All right, I'll see if I can source some illegal gold from the illegal gold mines.
Hell yeah! Pre-order now at gratuitas.org.
You can get legal gold from Alaska that way too. I'm just gonna throw that out there. And I just love the fact that there's so many people willing to peg gold backs to Monero. Like if you go on XMR Bazaar, you can always get gold backs for Monero. And I often will trade people out in and out for gold backs or Monero around here. Like people already understand that the on and off ramp for Monero is probably going to be gold forever.
I like gold. I like Monero. I think it's good. I think that's a good trading pair for sure.
And
I'm dropping it.
If you haven't noticed, the fiat currencies seem to be moving back toward, well, we have some gold backing our fiats, because I think that it's a question of who's going to leave the sinking ship first. And, you know, a lot of the stuff that Bawdy was talking about this morning, I've long suspected that Trump was supposed to be the guy who kind of like slow crawls us into a recession for the purposes of restabilizing and debubbleizing the fiat economy. My theory, although it's not fully fleshed out, basically works out to be, I think that they wanted to switch to kind of a CBC system faster than the people were willing to have it. And there was enough political and economic pushback from such a thing. And realizing that they weren't going to be able to do it, that means that they had to extend the life expectancy of the fiat beyond what they had originally planned. And the only way to prick the bubble would be to go into a recession. And if you can kind of like slow crawl your way into it. And one of the things that Bawdy said that helped it all make sense, what the, I guess you could say, the financial physics of what it was going to be like. A lot of the people in the libertarian community, they did not think that you could like soft land the crisis that we were in at the time. Now, I've been in this game long enough to know that the evil, like lizard people or whatever that are running everything around here, they can always come up with schemes undreamed of to keep the system going. So I've gotten pretty comfortable with the idea that they always have a way to kind of get out of whatever mess that they've made that I may not have thought of, or the anarchist community may not have thought of. But we got to watch a lot of people eat some humble pie as to how long you could drag out a never-ending inflation debt spiral and how effectively you could keep the people within the walled garden. So I think what's happening now is because they couldn't move everybody into the new prison, plan B is to kind of slow drain the bubble economy long enough to be able to ride the fiat economy into the CBC system, the CBDC system. So that also would mean, though, hypothetically, that we have even more time to peg things like gold and silver to the real commodities-based economy. And as soon as you've done that, you make it even harder for them to fully trap you into a CBDC-based system. That's kind of my thoughts on it. And it looks like the numbers are panning out that way, especially if you were watching what would be morning in my world. But it does appear that, yes, that is the plan. Trump is going to like slow, orderly crash the economy, do the recession thing, prick the bubble, and try to keep it going long enough to re-tyrannize the financial system.
Yeah, I mean, we all have to speculate on exactly what we think they're up to, and it's not necessarily easy, right, to do that, because they do put out a lot of conflicting information. They put out a lot of stuff that, kind of look here, don't look here. They have these sort of layers within layers. They have contingencies for their contingencies, right? These guys are pretty fucking smart. Like, you were in the military, so you kind of have this. You understand, especially if like you've seen the way that the officers operate, the way that they think. It's like you're expected to have Plan B and Plan C. You're expected to have contingencies even at the operational level, right? Much less what the generals and the top level strategic levels are. So yeah, it's not entirely clear. It's not obvious necessarily what exactly they plan to do or how they plan to do it. I definitely, it definitely seems like they've done a pretty good job of fine tuning this whole fiat system. Like, it seems to me like they've done a really good job of being able to keep it perpetuated. And, I think their goal is effectively just what they do. They cycle through inflation and deflation scares. And that's what they seem to have been doing for decades now. And they seem to have been doing it successfully. As you noted, the libertarian component did stop. And myself included, I said, hey, can they actually raise rates without totally destroying the economy? Can they actually get bonds back to 5% without completely, obliterating the global economy and the bond market? Well, they did. They proved that they could, and it's actually the first time that they've ever had to do that, right? Because they've been slowly lowering bond rates for a very long time. But, you know, maybe that shouldn't be too surprising, because after World War II, rates were really low. They weren't zero, but they were low. And they were able to get rates up to like 15% with Volckner and all that back in the 70s, or maybe it was the 80s. So, yeah, I mean, I think twice now they've basically proven that they can massively raise bond rates and still survive the system. Although they pay the price, the price paid to do that is inflation, but it wasn't like hyperinflation. It wasn't even Argentina inflation. It was just like piss people off inflation, but not enough to revolt. So I think they've got a lot of these mechanisms pretty fine-tuned. And so I think we have to learn to navigate that system. And particularly with respect to Monero, we have to learn to sort of promote Monero and use Monero under the knowledge that it's more likely than not that their system is going to continue. And yeah, they'll make transitions and whatnot, and we'll get crises after crises. But, you know, I think we kind of have to understand that the guys that we're playing against are pretty top level. And so you have to start kind of respecting your enemy, if you will.
You know, one of the things that I think people don't appreciate is I guess you could say the recruiter element of, you know, welcome to the Illuminati or whatever. They are, for one, they're looking for the best and brightest whenever possible. They always want to get the top tier talent. And then for two, these guys have all day, every day to sit here and scheme. And they have very good intelligence. Like, they have lots of insider info. They know what the banking cartels are going to do next month. They know what the next military operation is going to be. So they're operating from a position of strength when it comes to how much time they have to invest in figuring it out. And the intelligence sources that they have available to them are always at least going to be good. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be right every time, but it's always going to be good. So you kind of want to take like a fundamentals approach to it, which is, what's something that you can count on? Well, these guys are power junkies, right? So a crackhead wants more crack. A woman with 50 pairs of shoes in her closet, she wants more shoes, right? Power junkies want more power. So you can count on the fact that they're going to do things in pursuit of consolidating and increasing their own power. And that's about the only thing you can count on. They may even be willing to sacrifice a little bit of power in exchange for the option to maybe get more power later. But it's always going to be with that goal in mind. And just like if you're in a war, you can expect your enemy to desire to claim more territory, to desire to claim the high ground. These people are going to have a desire to claim more levers of power and more positions of authority. That's just something that they're always going to do. But everything else, you just don't know. And like he just said, it was almost inconceivable to people who dabble in this. How are you going to raise interest rates without cratering the economy? But it wasn't a given. And people who bet the farm on the idea that the economy was going to crash based on those presumptions, they lost their ass, right? So, and I think I've shared this on the show before, but just to give people an idea, you know, because I'm an old man, right? A long time ago, there was an element, a contingency of like the anarchist libertarian worldview that thought that Waco or Ruby Ridge was going to kick off the American Civil War. Well, it's been like 30 years since everybody thought that was going to happen, and it didn't happen, you know? And this has happened over and over again, where people think this is the event that's going to X, Y, and Z. But usually it's a slow crawl into these things. Look at how long it took the first Civil War in the United States to take place. It wasn't just like there was an attack in South Carolina and the war was on. It was like decades of grievances piling up and secession movements kind of blossoming out of nowhere. And these things can take a really long time. So you want to position your own pieces carefully, and you want to work with your friends and neighbors carefully as to not bet the farm on this is how this one thing is going to go, because then the enemy has you exactly where they want you. So people who have totally exited the fiat system, Well, there are two ways you can do it. You can make sure that you have no dependencies on still being connected to it, and then it might be a good idea. Or you can just YOLO out of the financial system and try to switch everything over to crypto. But you could be the guy who's like, all right, I just made my crypto portfolio. I'm never going to use fiat again. And then it crashes and you just lost 16% of your net worth. And now you have to cut your living standards in half just to survive. You always want to do these things carefully and cautiously and make sure that you understand what it is that you're using. And that goes to every level, which is if you're going to have a lot of wealth, you're going to want to understand things like cold storage, or, I mean, are you going to try to do all of this from an iPhone and a Windows computer? Well, what happens if you have a target on your back? Maybe you should up your tech game, or maybe just making sure that you have the appropriate security conscious behaviors, making sure that you have clarity on your contingency plans the same way that Bawdy is saying the enemy does. Assuming that you see them as the enemy, and you should. They hate you. They want you dead. They want you in a prison. So sounds like an enemy to me. And you should act accordingly. Are you going to have all your chips on the table, or are you going to hold back enough to make another bet later?
I think that I think we should be really careful of this notion about civil war, revolution, and about the ideation of that. There's like this libertarian and some anarchist like ideation of revolution or civil war, etc. And I think, again, you should kind of look to, I hate to say it, but the wisdom of your enemy, and understand that these guys, they're not going to global war. They don't want to go to global war. They don't want to destroy the infrastructure of their own power. They don't want to destroy their force projection capability. And so are there top level sort of national and international level global plays for power, right? Is there a fight between the West and the East, between the United States, NATO and Russia, or NATO and China? Yeah, there certainly is. They also work together a lot, right? So there's different power dynamics at play, but they don't really want to go to global war and lose the seat of their power, or potentially risk the seat of their power. What they want is to implement their plans while maintaining control of that structure. I don't think that in the libertarian anarchist sense that the ideation of civil war is a great thing. It means a lot of fucking people die. It means your grandparents die. It means your parents die, potentially. It means your family members die, and it means potentially you die as well, right? Like that's the worst of all scenarios. What we should be doing is thinking about how the strategies that we should use to create a freer world without having to go to war. Like, it's far, far better if we can do that. Like, just simple disobedience. Like, no, I'm not going to follow that rule. And a whole bunch of us, they can't stop us all. And it could be anything, right? There's a whole bunch of stuff that don't necessarily need to be stated, but that we all agree, like, hey, this is bullshit. And the more of us that just say, no, I'm not doing that, it's going to be harder and harder for these politicians and the bureaucracy and the executive and the enforcers to stop everybody. So again, we really, really need to focus. And okay, sometimes shit comes to violence. You need to be prepared to do violence if you have to. But at the same time, that shouldn't be our go-to option. And we probably have better ways of achieving the change that we want than going straight to the Civil War mentality, or ideating it, or looking for the thing that brings that about. Because guess what? If your goal for change, if your forward-looking idea to change is war, is revolution, war, then if it never comes, well, you've just lost all that time and tyranny has marched further. So you better start planning on multiple levels.
It also doesn't mean that you win. If you were to go all in on the idea of there's going to be some kind of revolutionary action, well, historically speaking, tyranny almost always wins in those scenarios. It doesn't necessarily mean that with a war, the concept of war should never be even the idea that anyone wins. The goal of a war is to make your enemy lose more than you do. So if the goal is I want to take this to a net loss scenario, and I'm hoping that I lose less than the other guy, it's not a very good strategy to begin with. But then on top of that, you're not guaranteed a victory in this conflict. So that's absolutely true. But it is also true that your capacity for violence is part of what limits that as an option from the aggressor. So it's not a likely scenario that they're going to do door-to-door gun confiscation in the United States tomorrow, because the capacity of the United States civilian is very, very high. So you do want to make sure that the incentive isn't there to go to violence, but that's about all you ever need right there. Keeping violence out of your primary goal is always desirable. And one of the ways that you do that is to have the capacity for violence and choose not to exercise it.
Yeah, that's a solid point about capacity for violence. You definitely, the ability to do like the fact that Americans have so many guns is probably one of the only reasons that they stopped where they did with COVID. They wanted to inject everybody, and I think they realized that a lot of us were actually prepared to get violent. I mean, I know a lot of people here in this in this forum were definitely prepared to do that. And the fucking, they knew, right? The power structures knew that was the case, and they knew that they were kind of like pushing too far, so they stopped. So like, yeah, that might be the only reason that not everybody is vaccinated today.
I mean, it got to the point where it wasn't even attempted to be a secret. It was done in civic forums. The police saying that they would not only carry out something like that, and they preempted it in this state and many other states. They said, if you ask us to do this, not only are we not going to do this, but we will do precisely the opposite. And neighborhoods in Alaska were gathering and basically saying, like, if they come to try to force vaccinate anybody in this neighborhood, we're all going to start shooting. And in fact, I'm not even aware of a neighborhood that wasn't doing that out here. And it started very early on. It was like not even 2 weeks in, where people all over this state were saying, if even one of us has this happen, all of us are in. And the thing is that kind of plays back into what I was saying before, which is I think that the pushback with the CBDC thing was so ravenous and so ruthless that they had to switch to another plan, because it really did look like they were just acting as though this is just a given, right? By 2023, we're all going to switch to a CBDC, and I hope everybody's ready, and we're doing the work. And then all of a sudden, like, entire states and entire countries were passing laws saying we're not only not going to do this, but it's illegal here. And then all of a sudden you saw people marching it back. And that's back to Bawdy's point about how, look at how much more effective, like, a aggressive resistance mechanism as opposed to an all-out war, it worked. And we have every reason to believe that it works over and over again. One of my favorite examples would be, maybe you guys don't even remember this because it was a while ago, but right after they rolled out the naked body scanners at the airports, does everybody remember this? When there was a coordinated protest where everybody was going to opt out on Thanksgiving Day all the way through Christmas. And they just shut them down. They didn't even give people the opportunity to opt out. They just shut them down for the entire duration of when the protest was scheduled to happen. And then they slowly reopened it. And it became like, oh, you can go through this one and it's faster. And they intentionally just staffed the naked body scanners heavy. And then they only had like one person to do pat downs. And so they had to walk back the idea that everybody was going to go through the body scanners, the millimeter wave tech and all of that. And then they had to like drip feed it back into the system. And I think that's probably how CBDCs are going to go, where they're going to have to drip feed step by step each one of these levers of control that they want to have in place. And like, to the final point to the airport and the CBDC thing. So my dad lost his wallet when he had to take a flight, and one of the things he told me was, I had cash in my pocket and I was really hungry. And I was looking for a place where I could buy food in the airport. And there was nowhere that would take cash. Now, he was, I think he was in like Oklahoma or something at the time, which you would think Oklahoma, of all places, would have more cash businesses. But one of the things that woke him up and got him to call me about Monero was the fact that all of a sudden he could only use digital currencies. And he was like, cash doesn't work all of a sudden, like, which, you know, back in the day, or like even a couple of days before that, well, I have my credit card, I'll just use that. But all of a sudden he didn't have it. And he started to feel trapped by the system. And I think that people are going to see that they're trapped by the system if they don't slow crawl this whole thing into existence. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden there were these cash machines, and then you could like get a card that would get spat out, and it would be like a, you know, kind of like a Visa prepaid card or whatever, but you have to use your facial recognition to put cash in the machine to get a card that you can use at the airport or something like that. Or that Ticketmaster technology that I think it kind of flew under the radar, but the idea of patenting, like, okay, you can use cash, but you have to get a wristband, and then we're all going to use RFID to buy and sell at the concert or whatever. The idea being that they are now being forced into a slow drip of the tyranny, as opposed to, this is how it is now.
This might be like more not really US based, but like, how do you guys feel about people like in the developing world using like QR code payments? Like, I know like in Asia, that's like everywhere. Like in China, they're not even accepting cash. Everything's QR codes. But I'm starting to see here, like in Colombia and other places in Latin America, that rather than using crypto, people are using like fintech apps and going digital that way, using these QR code payment things on their phones. Like, what are your thoughts on those?
Oh, it's a perfect Trojan horse for cryptocurrency. I couldn't be more all about it. You can generate a QR code using LibreOffice, and you can set up a payment code where, yes, I'll accept Monero, I'll accept, you know, fintech, I'll accept whatever. I think that every time that something is more open source, as opposed to requiring this back-end system of all of these banks and stuff, even if the system rolls out via the banking cartels, it doesn't change the fact that you can use a QR code-based system to on-ramp people into crypto. And I don't think that anything could be more desirable than having like the interface level being cross-platform. So in other words, whether it be fintech or whether it be crypto, at the interface level, it's just a QR code like anything else. And I mean, look at how CakeWallet has taken advantage of this stuff, or look at how CoinCards has taken advantage of this stuff. CakeWallet has the ability to pay people on Twitter with Bird Pay. CoinCards, you can go to almost every big box store and just use Monero to directly pay for whatever. And I think QR codes in the third world is probably the most ideal way to get a huge chunk of the global economy accepting Monero without extra steps. So I couldn't be more happy with the idea of people using QR codes.
Well, thanks for your feedback.
I mean, how many wallet apps currently, like, you know, instead of using the address, you just scan the QR code and it automatically puts in the address. And the other thing is making it easily read by computers is another cool thing about QR codes. There's been a big push in the open source community for like an open source version of, you know, like Google Glass or like Facebook Quest, stuff like that, where basically you have your own self-hosted digital assistant that just picks up the QR codes and whatever publicly available information on facial recognition and all of that. And I think that as long as we can keep this stuff at least an open source element is existing and on par with the corporate megalopoly versions of the same thing. It can be a way for a gray man to seamlessly exist in or out of the system. And that's what we should be going for. I mean, it goes right back to Bawdy's point about, trying not to go the full-blown revolution route, and instead just making sure that you can ensure your own freedom, and so can other people. Because what's more anarchist than the idea that, yeah, you can even opt into their system and that's fine, just keep your tyranny off of me. And if you have even half of the world is like, keep your tyranny to yourself, and the other half is like, more slavery now, please, that's fine, as long as they're choosing to do it. Because there are a lot of people that, freedom is a lot of responsibility, right? And a lot of people, they're just not interested. They would rather daddy government was taking care of them until it's time to go to the euthanasia cube. And, the pod is a lot less work than the farm. So that's how they see things, and they should be able to opt into, wagey slave labor, pod time, if that's what they want.
The thing you brought up about the airport scanners was interesting, because I guess that started coming into play probably after 9/11, right?
It's so hard to remember now, but I think it was the 2002 was the year that the opt-out of the body scanner thing happened, or it might have actually been Thanksgiving in 2001. And so I know it was kind of like at the same time as the underwear bomber, or the shoe bomber, or something like that. But another good example, if you wanted to go like a little more hardcore, you can take the two Bundy incidents. So you had the Bundy Ranch, and then you had the Eastern Washington situation, where you had a very peaceful but still very, very armed group of people take some leased land back non-violently, but ready to be violently. And then you had people who had a more revolutionary and violent approach in Western Washington or Eastern Washington. And you can see how the default being force ended up being the downfall of the revolutionaries. But the peace until we don't have an option philosophy got the guy's ranch back. So we have real world examples of, let's just call it the Bawdy method, right? Be armed to the teeth and try to avoid violence, because over and over again, that works. Or the effectiveness of, the civil rights era protests were, when people were getting sprayed with water cannons, their ranks were swelling. But when they burned Detroit to the ground, everybody revolted against them, right? So it's all throughout history, when people act vindictively, they lose support and they lose ground in the political fight. But yeah, I mean, even people like Malcolm X, where it's like, we should be ready for violence, armed to the teeth, and don't trust the banking cartels, right? And so that, that was some pretty strong rhetoric for the time, but he was still drawing support from every element of society, even with like COINTELPRO going as hard as they could against him, because he never actually led a violent revolution. And so people liked what he had to say, and they trusted him, and they saw the points that he was making. So the non-violent but ready for violence approach definitely works. I mean, Martin Luther King had quite the arsenal, by the way. I don't know if anybody knows that, but he was packing. I mean, his gun stash makes me feel like I probably need to get a couple more firearms. It was a beautiful thing.
Are you confusing him with Malcolm X, or Martin Luther King also had a bunch of guns?
Martin Luther King had a lot of guns. Look at his estate at the end of it all. I mean, he had more guns in his house than he had like appliances and kitchenware. Like the guy was armed to the teeth. And yeah, that's how we should all be.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Martin Luther King was a huge Second Amendment advocate. And you don't hear about it very much because the commies love to float the guy like he was the saving grace of all things. And you know, the stains on his reputation, like I would just point out, he was a handsome, popular black man. And the thing is most people don't know how hard it is to maintain fidelity to your spouse until the option is there. So I think people need to be a little less judgmental. That doesn't make it okay, but I'm just saying, like, all of the stuff that people throw shade at for Martin Luther King, the only one that I would probably actually agree with is the whole commie thing. But people also should have a right to their opinions, you know, and if he saw value in like kind of a communist stance on things, well, that should be handled in a debate setting, not in a throwing shade on people setting. But yeah, Martin Luther King was definitely a strong advocate for the Second Amendment and peaceful protest.
That's super interesting because I knew like Malcolm X was like that. I didn't know that about Martin Luther King.
Jack said, I remember coming back from 50 Forum and DFW and requesting to avoid the scanner and being treated like a criminal. Yeah, I remember I did this. It was also in DFW, but I was coming back from San Francisco. And I was just curious, as like, there's signs that say you can opt out, but what does that mean? So I did it. And I mean, they weren't mean to me about it, but it's like a big deal because like nobody does, right? Everyone just kind of goes through the standard procedure. So they had to go and get somebody, and I actually probably spent more time waiting for someone to come and do the pat down than if I just got through the scanner. And that's probably how they sell it so easily. It's like, oh yeah, it's faster and you don't have to wait. And so
actually the first time that I opted out, yeah, because I saw the new scanners popping up, but there was still the opt out option. And so I said, hey, I don't want to go through that fucking scanner. I said, oh, okay, sure, right this way. And they had like put this plastic box, like a 2 foot by 2 foot, maybe 3 by 3, like plastic box. And like, okay, now stand inside of there. I was like, no, I'm not fucking standing inside of that.
Inside the scanner, they put a plastic box inside of it.
No. It was outside the scanner. They had put like, imagine quarantine, the little plastic quarantine shit. But this was back in like 2003 or 2006 or whenever. Well, I was kind of libertarian, so it must have been like at least 2007 or 2008. The other thing too, I think I was in the military at the time, so I was pretty comfortable just being like, fuck yourself, like telling because I knew like, hey, I still could pull out my military ID and I have kind of like this protective, mechanism where it's like, yeah, I can just tell them no. And if I get in trouble, I'll be like, well, I'm a military member, so, I'm not a terrorist. Fuck you. So I kind of like, I would try and sneak shit through the airport to see, see how much I could like get through just to see, and every now and then they'd find it and be like, oh shit, I forgot about that. I'm so sorry. And I'd show him my military ID. And
Bawdy's an OG anarchist. He's always been a rule breaker.
But yeah, so like what they did is the first time I opted out, I was like, no, I don't want that scanner because they had just put the scanners in. I was like, no, you can guys do the pat down or whatever you got to do. And they tried to put me in this plastic quarantine box thingy. Like it was like a 3 by 3 plastic box. But again, this is 2008. This was no COVID bullshit.
Oh, to like hold you until they could come and pat you down.
Exactly. And I knew immediately. I was like, oh, they want to single me out. They want to make me look like a fucking criminal. I was like, no, I'm not standing in that thing. I'm going to wait right here. I'll stand next to it, but I'm not getting in that fucking thing. And they're like kind of sheepishly like, oh, okay.
That's crazy. They're really pushing hard for this. And I know before the millimeter wave actually, and thankfully this isn't a thing very much anymore. You still see it occasionally. At one point, before the millimeter wave, you actually had real X-ray machines, which actually the federal government was forced to phase out due to, well, the radiation effects of X-ray. So then they switched to this millimeter wave, which I'm sure is a lot safer. Like, I don't know if it's 100% safe, but I'm sure it's much safer than the previous X-rays. But I still see them occasionally. It's the backscatter X-ray machines where it's kind of more open. It's not on this enclosed system, where you're getting a decent amount of radiation by doing that. So if you're someone that travels a lot, well, I mean, potentially it could affect you long term. But they used to be everywhere in the U.S. and they got mostly removed because of health concerns. They were forced to do it. So,
another piece of this that I wonder about, I speculate about. Obviously, 5G is a millimeter wave technology as well. It doesn't penetrate very far. It attenuates quickly, but it has very high resolution, right? That's typically what you get with higher frequency. And so basically, most of this bounces off your skin, whereas like 4G just penetrates, right? So I've always kind of thought that it might be much less of a health concern than the current cell networks that we already have going in the Wi-Fi and all that shit. But it's a surveillance concern. And I do wonder if they're putting people through these machines, and I mean, they have to be doing it. They have to be pumping that data to AI by now.
AI heat maps for mapping people and undisclosed locations.
Exactly. They have your millimeter wave profile, and then they can use the 5G network to say, "Oh yeah, we know that person, right? we know exactly who that is because we have their body scan from the airport for the past 20 years."
Dude, that's actually a crazy realization I never thought about before. Because I've seen the technology like presented at like defense conferences. Oh, using millimeter wave technology to see heat maps of like locations. Like inside a room. Pretty crazy what they're gonna be able to be capable of pretty soon.
Yeah, the 5G rollout is definitely significantly a surveillance rollout, like at a bare minimum, because they can already kind of map where people are in rooms on the basis of your Wi-Fi. So, I mean, your Wi-Fi probably doesn't have that level of compute capacity, but if they're pumping that data back to some central location, and a lot of these Wi-Fis now, that's exactly what they are. They're owned by the ISP. They give you your router, and they run the software on it. So they could very easily be pumping that data back. But yeah, I mean, so that's just Wi-Fi. They can do this to a high fidelity with the 5G kind of stuff. So I've always thought 5G was more of a surveillance thing than necessarily a health issue, although it might also be a health issue.
One of the things that I don't think people realize is the strong push for like these blue spectrum LEDs was because the cameras at the time would get better resolution with those types of lights everywhere. And so if you crawl through some of like the EPA documents about how they're trying to make everybody switch to LEDs for like energy efficiency and stuff, which there is a little bit of truth to that, but not really, because they had already made just as efficient lighting with all kinds of other things, including LEDs that weren't blue spectrum. But they were pushing these blue spectrum LEDs just for the purposes of being able to get more things to work with the camera technology at the time. And since then, it's been pretty well established that all of these really high frequency spectrum blue lights are just absolutely destroying your eyes. They have a negative effect on your attention span and all. And it was literally just a whole bunch of like health issues that were created for the sole purpose of getting better surveillance on the plebs. So, and for people who want to, so a lot of that isn't true anymore, as far as like cameras have gotten much better at the other frequencies and the other spectrums. So now they don't care, right? And it's amazing how all of the sudden they don't really care as much about it being blue light now that the cameras are capable of picking stuff up without it being heavy to the blue spectrum. But now, because people's eyes are degrading, every monitor is trying to become like more blue than the last one, because that's the only way that you can keep people thinking that the screen is bright enough. Is every generation of phone, every generation of monitor, it has to have even more blue light because your eyes are just degenerating worse and worse. And like they just ignored the fact that it was like clearly killing the bugs and it was clearly just destroying everything. people are starting to notice that like all of the fireflies are gone and stuff. Well, it was because they made people switch to these high frequency blue light spectrums so the cameras would work better.
Yeah, I hate that so much. That's something that's been a pet peeve of mine for a long time. Is this kind of seems like a forced switch to this really like very blue frequency lighting. And for me, it's like it feels bad. And it's not even like even before I knew about the problem with having very, very blue, like this particular spectrum of light. I would walk into a room, or I'd walk into a place, like usually it's an office building, right? Office buildings often use fluorescent lighting. And I feel terrible. It makes me feel like shit. And it took me a while to figure out what was going on. I was like, oh, it's literally the lighting. If I walk into a place that has a certain kind of lighting, it makes me feel bad.
And look what it's doing to kids, man. Yeah. Like kids that were raised on tablets and stuff, all of them have just the most atrocious eye problems. And they're just kids, right? They should be able to see everything, but they can't see hardly any. And there's certain genetics too that are far more affected by this stuff. Like if you have an Ashkenazi heritage, your eyes degenerate like insanely fast compared to other people when it comes to like the blue light frequencies. Or another good example is people, they just can't see at night anymore. Like you go to an urban environment where most people are just constantly exposed to these terrible lights. And then they try to drive out in the countryside where there's not all of this artificial ambient lighting everywhere. And they can't see anything. They can't even drive. Because if the moon's not out and it's dark out, or there's like a lot of trees around them, even with their regular headlights, which are already like these super bright blue LED headlights, they can't drive at night because they can't see in the dark. Thank you, Paranoia. It was good to hear from you, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, everyone. I'm going to take off, but it's been fun. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Yeah, good to talk to you, man. Thanks for coming on.
God bless.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of me now, which makes me a little concerned, but I don't know if I think it's a combination of both. I think I have a hard time seeing at night. Actually, I think it's a combination of three things. I think I can't see in the dark super well. The headlights on my car also are shit. And then 3, everyone else has these like, dude, car manufacturers install these fucking insanely like bright LEDs. These fucking people, man, these are like war crimes, okay? Like they blind you if you're in a car.
You realize
that's not
it
like
is
a jacked
literally
truck.
a war crime, right? Like it's like legit.
It literally blinds you while you're driving. I'm like, I cannot fucking see while I'm driving, and you've got some truck that has these super, and it's like the normal lights. It's not even the brights. It's the normal plus the daytime running lights, and you can't see because they're LED. They're super bright and super blue. It's awful.
Light bars are really popular in Alaska. And so there's like almost every truck, which everybody drives a truck in Alaska, every semi will have like 5-6 light bars on them. And each light bar is significantly brighter than even like the really bright headlights that you get anywhere. But the thing is I can be like in my room with the shades and the blinds and everything, and you can still tell that somebody is driving by with those lights because like the ambient light through the trees, through everything, like you can see your room get slightly brighter from people driving with their light bars on. And they have no idea how absolutely horrible it is for their vision in the long term. It's just a disaster.
Yeah, so most of the time now I either use red light glasses or I just have the nightlight mode on my display, which helps to a degree. I mean, that's about the most you can do if you're forced to use a computer all the time. And I think I look at some research. It's hard to tell because you don't know exactly how every panel is tuned, but it looks like quantum.OLED potentially has less of the harmful blue light frequencies that you would typically get with a LED lit like LCD display, right? Where it's just a single backlight. And certainly if you're using a dark or black mode on an OLED display, doesn't really matter what kind of OLED it is, you are going to naturally have less blue light, because on an OLED display, the actual pixels that are black are physically off. You don't have one giant backlight. They're all individually lit. So that's why I'm a huge fan of OLED, is that even if the frequency isn't that much better for the light being emitted itself, if you use dark mode or black mode for as much things as you can, you are physically getting less light, because the pixels are, and also the light, because there's not a backlight, are physically off.
Hey, according to your research, Tux, are you benefited by getting like full spectrum light bulbs that like if you're sitting at the computer, but you have your room lights turned on and your lights are like full spectrum bulbs that emulate what the sun does that offer you any protection, or is it the frequency itself that is like problematic regardless of what other like things you try to do to protect yourself?
I don't know if it's offset necessarily, but I think it helps to, because like when you at least have full spectrum instead of just this blue light, at least your body is in this mode where it's like, it feels like it's taking in sun. Because this, when you're out in the sun, it's like, yeah, you get some of both. So I don't know if it offsets it, but at least having like a lot of light like in your room, like being in dark all the time, is just not good for you. It's not good for your metabolism, and it's not good for your skin. So if you have a lot of light, at least you're not getting that bad effect of being in a very dark room, having a very bright like display or tablet on. Like I know so many people do that, but it's really not good for you. It's really not good for your eyes.
There's two things to consider here, because it's actually two problems that we're discussing. For one, you have eye strain, which is when your eye is trying to optimize with the actual muscles how much light to let into your eyeball. And that's where backlights help a lot. A well-lit room helps a lot. And then, what is actually being displayed on your monitor, or switching to e-ink or something like that. Eye strain is the muscular side of it, but then the frequency side of it is another issue. Now they kind of bleed into each other. So if you have let's just call it the blue light wavelength, which it's a little vague, but there's actually like a range of nanometers as far as what the wavelength is that is not optimal for a human eye. You can reduce the damage that it's doing, yes, by having more like general luminescence in the environment. But it's still a harmful frequency for your eye to be taking in regardless. And that's a secondary thing. So that the best way to deal with that is to have a red shifted whatever you're looking at. So like a red shifted monitor. This is another reason to plug graphene, though, is because, for one, the new Pixels have an excellent display for being able to tune it for eye care purposes. And almost, in fact, everyone that I've owned recently, they all have OLED displays, which is amazing. But built right into graphene is a pretty good redshift function, as far as if you go into like nighttime mode, which I just always leave it that way. It redshifts your phone pretty effectively, and you can still even see it in bright sunlight. And then when you turn up the brightness, it maintains the redshift. And I guess a lot of other people are going that way too. But this is also a reason for people to switch to Linux. Like if you care about your attention span, Linux is an operating system. So many of them are integrating the ability to control your display with redshift functionality. And it's one of those areas where, so for example, I was talking about eye care monitors and stuff. They're eventually, display companies are not going to be able to compete if they don't open source control over the pixels, as far as the software that controls the pixels. Because it's going to be more desirable for people to have a greater control over what wavelengths are being broadcast by their monitor. It's a losing battle in the world of printers, but we may actually be able to win this battle with monitors, and we may even be able to do it legislatively, which is like, and it still sticks within voluntarist principles, which is this product is actually causing harm because I don't have the ability to manipulate my own device. It is causing physical harm to the individual by not having open source control over the brightness and all of the different color spectrums on my monitor. So this may be an area where people can win, and it may even be winnable with people just writing into display manufacturers. Like, this part of the code should be open source because, you know, like, you have legal liabilities for not doing so.
Yeah, and another yeah, that's a good point. The Graphene OS, I noticed this because I have a non-Graphene OS Pixel and the Graphene OS Pixel right next to each other. Graphene OS lets you crank the red light mode like way up more for some reason. It's like limited artificially on the stock Android, which is kind of cool. Unfortunately for me, I've had to use less of those features recently for graphics design purposes because it really just makes it, you know, kills the color accuracy. But another sort of unintended consequence of using OLED, at least for me, is that because of the contrast that you get, because I switched from an IPS to an OLED, which an IPS typically has like 1,000-to-1, maybe 2,000-to-1 contrast, very, very poor contrast. And that's about as good as it gets for an IPS, unless it's mini LED. But on an OLED, because of the contrast that you have, I noticed that I didn't need to have the monitor nearly as bright. I'd say on average on my OLED monitor, I use half the brightness as I like in terms of nits as I would have on the IPS monitor, simply because of the contrast provided made it so that I don't really have to have it as bright. Like, I can see things clearly between each other way easier due to the contrast provided, which in return produces less bad light. So I'm just a fan of OLED overall. That's my shill for OLED.
Just for those listening, by the way, there are a lot of like blue light filtering glasses out there that do work. It is still better to replace your technology or change your lighting. It is still a lot better to do that. However, obviously, every, you know, whether you walk into like a, you know, a Walmart or whatever, it's like you have no control over their lighting. So having those glasses available to you at all times is a good idea. Or if you're driving at night, there's a lot of like polarity shifting glasses that you can use to at least mitigate the damages that oncoming headlights will do to you. And you can get them very cheaply. In fact, if you order them in bulk, you can get them very, very cheaply. And then instead of trying to remember them everywhere, you keep one or two in your car, you keep one or two in your laptop bag, you keep, and it can work wonders. So because of my job, I do work in an office setting periodically for long periods of time. And they have helped a lot in that situation. Because I try not to force everybody else to change the monitors that they're using around me. And even if they're like on the other side of the desk with the monitor facing away from me, you can just, the light that bounces off the walls or even bounces off of their face, or maybe they wear glasses and it's shining right into your eyes. My blue light is so low that what comes off of, reflected off of their like actual eyeglasses is enough for me to notice. Like, they sit down and it bounces off of their glasses, and it's enough for me to be like, I need to put my glasses on. Because the further away you get from it and the stronger your own eyes get, because your eyes will heal, the more you start to notice. And I actually live with the person who is one of those people that I was telling you about. So she's Ashkenazi by bloodline, and she's highly reactive to these blue light issues. In fact, she's actually like legally disabled from the fact that she can't be exposed to blue lights. And she's not the only one. It is pretty rare. A lot of people don't realize that's what's happening to them either. But it's like the further she's gone into restoring her own vision and her own night vision and so on, the more it hurts to be exposed to those things, because it's actually like a physiological defense mechanism to just basically sacrifice your own night vision in order to still be able to use your eyes. But the longer your body has a chance to heal, the more you're going to notice the pain of being exposed to this stuff. So it's gotten to the point now where like she can notice this stuff like way better than you would think that it can affect you because of your own saturation, but it's still doing that to you. You just don't notice. It's kind of like if you were to just get X-ray after X-ray, you may be noticing when you get a diagnosis of cancer, but it was doing stuff to you long before that. Or if you have your phone next to your head constantly, you may not notice the damage that it's doing to you until you go to bed with a pounding headache or you have a tumor on that side of your brain or whatever. Like you have to just be cognizant of the fact that whether or not it affects you more or less, it is still affecting you. And so it's not a bad idea to have glasses or switch to an eye care monitor, or, I mean, you should already be using a graphene phone. And if you're not, I mean, like, why do you even watch the show? Do you listen to anything we say? Like it's using a graphene phone and using it for protecting your eyes alone, you're getting your money's worth, because your vision is something that you will miss if you lose it.
It's another selling point.
The attention span thing that I just wanted to be like, I wanted to hammer home, which is blue light exposure. It's now pretty clear that it is directly affecting your attention span. So the more you're exposed to these high frequency blue light spectrums, for example, people who are using these filtration mechanisms and people who are not, even people with similar IQs and so on. Now that may be because they're just more aware of things, but there seems to be a strong correlation between how many pages they can read in a book in one sitting and still retain the information versus not. So the evidence is piling up that it affects your attention span. But I can vouch for me personally, I've always been an avid book reader. When all of this blue light stuff was coming out, I was seeing my attention span slip. I was wondering why. And then as I moved away from blue lights, I've noticed that I can read more in one sitting and remember what I've read. So I have the anecdotal evidence. There's the corollary evidence, and I'm sure somebody is probably working on the research right now to really like prove it. But you definitely will see an improvement in your attention span if you move away from blue lights.
Is there anything that you do to keep or repair your night vision if it's been severely degraded?
So fixing the eye strain, there are exercises that you can do. So one thing that you can do is you can cover one eye, look at something close, and then look at something far away, and then do it over and over and over again until like your eye is telling you that it's exhausted. And then you switch to the other eye and you do it. And what that does is it's sort of like, you know, when you recalibrate a monitor or something like that, it one recalibrates the eye to the muscles can, the muscle memory will start to like remember how to track an object close or far away, which is why you cut the depth perception element out of it, right? So you cover one eye in order to get the other eye to hone in on close, far away, close, far away. So it'll dial in the muscle memory. And then the other thing is it's exercise. Just like any other muscle, it needs to be exercised. And then as far as restoring your night vision, now this part is just a theory, but I think it might actually be damaging the rods, the blue light. I can't prove that right now. I don't like, it just seems to me that that's probably what's going on. I mean, all you need to do is just wait for the cell damage to repair, if that is the case. So just having such a little amount of exposure to just bright in general, where you kind of force your eyes to pick up on the low light elements. And then when it's late at night and you don't need your monitors and you don't need your computer and you turn them all off, just get one of those tiny little red light flashlights, like on a keychain or whatever. And instead of turning the lights on in your house, you just use the red light flashlight. And it forces your eyes to only use that frequency and use the rods more. And so my theory is it's basically signaling to your body that it needs to restore those damaged tissues. Once again, guys, I can't prove that. I don't have like solid data. I can only just tell you what has worked for me, but it checks out with everything else we know. So I guess the least I can say is it makes sense. But just turning off all the lights in your house and only using like a really low light red flashlight to like navigate around your house or whatever you got to do. But another thing that I do know that works really, really well is camping and only using fire. So what I mean by that is when you go camping, you keep your light only for emergencies and nothing else, like your flashlight for emergencies and nothing else. And you try to just spend 2 or 3 days like out in the woods. And my theory for that is going into kind of that survival mode triggers a lot of parts of your body to start fixing itself. Like we know it helps with damaged tissues in your muscles. We know that it helps with damaged tissues in your bones. Why wouldn't that also be true for your eyes, especially since they're the ones being exercised outside of their comfort zone the most? So, but that said, I have seen proof in more than just myself that it restores night vision to go out into nature and keep the lights off. And how I figured that out was on accident. I took that woman that I was discussing earlier who can't be exposed to those kinds of lights camping. And so everybody else also was not using those lights. And everybody said that their night vision had improved. So not being exposed to those lights and being out in nature seems to help a lot. And you probably need to just get out into nature more anyway, Tux.
How about wearing these? These are pretty good.
That's
those
crazy.
Seem a little overkill, man. Like you can get almost clear. I mean,
I just got these like a week or so ago.
Yeah.
I mean, so they also say like red light and near infrared light, which is basically what sitting by a fire is good for your eye healing, right?
Yeah, and the other thing about flickering lights, so like those low frequency light waves, like fire lights, they're constantly changing between like kind of an orange to like a near infrared, and they're going back and forth and back and forth. And so it's forcing your eye to adjust to that range over and over again. And the thing is one of the reasons why I'm like strongly of the opinion that the rod thing is probably true is because this is true with every other part of your body. So the idea of use it or lose it is true everywhere else. Why wouldn't it be true with your own eyes?
Yeah,
I mean, especially since it's super sensitive tissue, like it almost seems too obvious to me to not be true, if that makes sense.
Yeah, my eyes have been suffering quite a bit. Definitely attention span, with with the advent of the phone. I mean, for me pre-phone, obviously it was a different time in my life, but yeah, the phone has definitely done some damage. For sure. Did we get all the
kids though, man? Like the kids that are being
I know they don't
raised
even have a
with me.
chance. Oh my God, especially if they don't have like, parent like you, right? Like if they're just like a normie parent, they're just like, here's your iPad at like age 3, and they're just looking glued to that thing for like the next 20 years of their life in some form. They're just getting zapped.
Well, we have
24/7.
what I forgot the name. The lineage. We have like an old lineage tablet So it's an old tablet. We put lineage on it. It's red shifted, and we just download or torrent or scrape YouTube or whatever for like actual positive, healthy educational stuff, and we put it directly on the lineage tablet. And that way they only have access to the things that we would want them to see anyway. Because the thing is like, this is going to kind of rabbit trail, but like, mom needs a break once in a while too, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah, for sure.
She's going to do a better job if she can like go sit down for 15 minutes and like eat a sandwich, you know what I'm saying? Without worrying about whether or not the kids are going to impale themselves with a pair of scissors. So like these tools can be healthy in the sense of like giving mom a breath or giving myself a breath, or like, they have to be in a car for 4 hours. Like you just can't get out of it, or they have to sit on a plane and not like harass the guy sitting next to them or whatever. But you can still use the technology. It's just, you have to do the due diligence ahead of time to get rid of the blue light spectrum, make sure that they're not just like terminally online. And then you set the expectation with the kid in advance where it's like, okay, we're going to eat, we're going to sit here, you're going to get 45 minutes, and then you're going to take a nap or whatever. And so they know what they're getting into. It can be done. Especially you can use it as like kind of a training exercise too. Like they're learning how to use lineage instead of like the walled garden iPhone model, so it can be done. But that said, like it's not meant to replace a parent. I mean, my kids all have like Esperanto lessons on their laptop, or like it's not that they really need it anymore. They speak more fluently than the people who host the shows at this point, but like it can go a long way. Now I'm switching it all out for like Korean or Japanese or something, but
that's incredible. All right, guys.
Some small amounts of exposure to blue light. I wonder if some small amounts of exposure to blue light as a child could help to prepare your eyes, because your body is pretty good at detecting toxins and detecting toxic load, and then sort of getting around that, developing compensatory mechanisms. So like it might not be a terrible idea to get some small amount of exposure to your kids so that
the sun, just the sun.
On,
that's all you need.
I thought that these devices actually put out more blue light than the sun does.
Well,
maybe
I think it probably does more, but then also without the good too. So it's like,
yeah, it does more as a percentage of the spectrum, right? You're getting full spectrum with the sun, and with blue light, you're just getting the blue light without any of the other positive wavelengths.
I guess as an absolute level, it would make sense. The sun definitely has to be putting out more of those frequencies than your computer monitor.
And the other thing too is like, if you look at the glasses that Doug is wearing, right, you see how even though they wrap around, there's like some gaps around the edges. So that will get in and then reflect off of the back of the glasses, thereby like kind of giving you a little bit of low light exposure. But it's just about cutting off the bulk of it. And the beautiful thing about what you're saying, Bawdy, is our current environment, they're going to have no problem getting exposed to this stuff, at least as it is right now. So, and yeah, to a point, they do need to prepare for this eventuality of, you're going to have to go have a meeting with some like office dude, and he's just going to be just like cooking your eyeballs, so, prepare for that. Like it is an eventuality that they have to get used to.
All right. We got anybody else that wants to jump up? Now's the time before we end the stream for the day. Covered a lot. Only thing is I can't really see with these. Can't see too well with these glasses. It is pretty dim.
A little too red, you think? See, I have some glasses. They aren't physically red, but they have some kind of filter in them, and I can see a slight shift in the color hue. I don't know how effective they are. I bought them on Amazon.
I have regular blue light filter glasses, and then these are supposed to be obviously more extreme. Trying these out. Just really for night, like after a certain hour. Basically everything Alaska's saying.
They also say that in theory, it's supposed to help you sleep better if you're wearing them at night before you go to bed.
Yeah.
Now, I have no way of knowing if that's true or not. Like, but it's that's what they say, right? Like, so I don't know.
Have you experimented with like red light? Have any of you guys experimented? I think we talked about this a couple of weeks ago.
I have a full spectrum lamp next to me, like the one you'd use for lizards or chickens.
I live in a petri dish of experimentation for light because in Alaska you have like the perfect opportunity to do these experiments, and I've been doing them for the last like 8 years or whatever. And not only that, but I have these amazing guinea pigs. I've got kids. I've got the disabled person who has the ocular degenerate disorder, right? And so like I because of the situation. And then the other thing is she's like the super high up in it's called the International Dark Skies Association or something like that. So I also have all of these other people that I can work with to kind of figure this stuff out. So I guess what I'm saying is, yeah, I've done like a lot of experiments with it. The main one being like, I have personally noticed an incredible improvement in my own quality of life by doing this. It's a huge improvement. But what I've never been able to verify is whether or not the sleep thing is even remotely true. I have no idea. For one, I work so hard that when I go to bed, like you could literally just be stabbing me in the balls with like a skewer and I would just sleep right through it, you know, like, so it's hard for like to do those kinds of tests because everybody's so tired by the time they go to bed around here that they would sleep through anything. You know?
That's fantastic. I mean, sucks that you're. I mean, that's good, right? Right? You're being as productive as possible. You're living life to its max.
Yeah, burn it to the very last.
That's the way to do
dude,
it.
my kids work so hard every day that when they go to bed, it's like I don't want to go, and then they lay down in their bed, and it's like gone. You know?
Yeah, my daughter's like that. All right, guys. I think we're good, right? I think we'll call it there. Wrap it up.
Yeah, I guess so.
Good show today. It's great. Happy we were able to get Gratuitous going. Get those guys tipped. It was exciting.
Thank you for the 3-cent private tip. XMR user tip 3 cents. Alaska. Could you check out this Christian forum, Tor friendly? A user talked about you. Interesting. Well, there you go.
All right.
Thanks everyone for coming on. Thanks Alaska. Thanks Bawdy.
Private chat, Tux, because I don't even like keep YouTube open or anything.
Yeah. I'll send it to you separately.
Thank you.
People talking shit about a lot. No, I'm sure they're saying good things.
It's like real life, whatever. Like, where I work is like the most like precious. It's a bunch of people raised by the internet working in real life. Like the shit talk is just top tier. It's amazing.
It's like 4chan in real life.
Place in the world to work, man. I love the people I work with because like they will cut you so deep with like 5 words and then just give you this giant bear hug immediately afterwards. It's like I shouldn't be recording this stuff, but we'd probably all go to prison when like the nanny state takes over or whatever, but it's hilarious. Nothing is being said even on the dark web about me that isn't 10 times worse than my day-to-day life. I guarantee it.
All right,
Shit,
guys.
I've had Tux on the phone for like computer questions, and he's gotten to hear some of this stuff. Like these people are brutal. It's awesome.
I'll go up there at some point. It sounds like my kind of people.
All right.
Should I pull up YouTube to find it, or can you link it? Or did you send it on Signal or something?
Oh, I'm gonna pull it from I'll send
it in the chat.
From the XMRChat itself.
Thanks, man.
I think it's the first time Doug is trying to go, and I'm just here chilling.
If you want to keep it going, Tux, go for it.
That's fine.
He's got the red glasses on, so he's like
ready to go to bed.
Yeah.
Getting zapped.
All right, guys, we'll go ahead and end it here. Thanks, everyone, for coming on. Thanks, Alaska Down Bawdy, for holding the viewers on stage fort, as always. And I guess we'll see you guys next weekend.
God bless you all.
Same time, same place. Adios.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.